One more minute and we'll get started. All right, I think we are ready. Yes.
Question on the,
Yes.
when you filled out I know we did it and I watched your thing, I tried to read it. I couldn't find the place to hit select background screening, although I did fill out like the online application, I submitted the payment and everything, and when I go back in, it keeps asking me for my application ID.
Okay, so a couple things with that. There's a lot to unpack there. So first of all, the test and the background screening are completely separate.
Correct.
They're not together at all.
Right.
The application is not going to ask you about the background screen.
Okay.
Okay, so there's nowhere to submit it. That's why we need that ORI number when we do our background check. The second thing is your application ID. When you apply for the test, Prometric sends you an email that has your application ID. So you're gonna have to go in and look for that email. If you don't have it, one of two things happened. Either your application did not submit properly, or you put your email address in wrong. Okay, you're definitely going to want to check your spam folders, your promotion folders, because Prometric is a very high volume site. If you have Yahoo as an email address, or you have, what is the other one that blocks it? Yahoo and I think it's iCloud. Almost always, if you use that email address to register for the test, almost always your all the correspondence from Prometric gets routed to a spam folder.
Okay.
Almost always. Yahoo's filters are very, very, very restrictive.
Okay.
And because Prometric is a high volume site, they send out tons of emails. Yahoo doesn't let any of their emails through. So if you use a Yahoo email address and you have a different email that you can use, I would suggest that.
Okay.
I'll
go back in and check the spam folder. I just, because on the paper that you gave us, it specifically you told me to check to see if I was already background checked.
So when you apply for the test, you're going to get an email from Prometric, and there's going to be an attachment.
Okay.
That attachment is it'll look something like this. I know we went through all of that so quickly. It's going to look, when you open the attachment, it's going to look something like this with a whole bunch of boxes. Where it says application status, that has to say complete. And then down here, FBI background status, it has to say record found. Okay, so application status means they've got everything they need to forward it on to the Board of Nursing. So your payment is there, the application has everything filled in, and they got your background check. They were able to find it. So if it says complete, you're good to go. They're going to send it over to the Board of Nursing to approve you. If it says application status incomplete, you're going to have to call them to find out why. What's missing. Okay, and then the FBI background check, that's that background check part. Okay, specifically.
So there's nothing else I really need to do other than
You don't, yeah, there's only 2 steps that you as the applicant need to take. Number 1, get a background check if you don't have one.
So that's why I scheduled an appointment for today, even though I think I already have one through ACA.
Okay. So number 1 is the background check. Number 2 is apply. You don't have to go get your background and send it anywhere.
You just go do it.
You just go do it. And that ORI number that I gave you is what routes that background check to the appropriate place for them to find
So
it.
then don't do anything else right now. I've done
Yep.
everything I need to do. Just go do the background check and
Right.
Okay.
Right. Yep. That's all you have to do is the back. And I know we kind of ran late, so I had to go through that really quickly. But yes, let me turn the air on. I'm getting warm. There's only 2 steps that you guys need to do to apply for the test. Just 2 steps. The first is get a background check if you don't already have one. And the second is apply for the test if you do.
I have level 2 background check. How would I know it's?
You don't. That's the thing. You can't. That's the really hard part about this. And the process is students make the process way more complicated than it actually is. If you just completely disregard the fact that you may have one somewhere, if you just go do the background check and apply for the test, the process is super simple. It's when you think you have a background check that it gets all complicated because there's no way for you to check.
No, I have mine.
Right.
I have my number, my fingerprints. I have the actual paper that says it all. But once I apply, would it automatically?
It doesn't. See that's where it gets complicated. Okay. If the easiest thing to do, honestly, the very easiest thing to do is to go get a background check and then apply for the test. If you don't want to do that, if you want them to use the one that you've already got, there's no way of knowing whether they're going to be able to find it. Okay. So let me give you an example of this so you can kind of understand. How many of you guys have a birth certificate? How many of you guys know exactly right this second where to find that birth certificate?
Where does that home?
Wherever it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's an important document, right? And that's just your important document. Now, that birth certificate is important. Other people are going to need it. If you need a passport, if you want to go on a cruise, whatever, right? Other people need it. You know where to find your birth certificate because it's yours. But it becomes really hard when you have to go into a filing cabinet full of 400 million birth certificates and find this one, right? Make sense? Okay. When you had a background check done previously for whoever it was, doesn't matter who it was, ACA or otherwise, when you have a background check done, that background check is routed to a very specific filing cabinet for whatever reason you're having it done. So otherwise, it's just 400 million background checks. And how the heck do you find one out of all of that? So it has to go into a very specific filing cabinet. When you get your background check done, you have a code that you use. If it's for an employer, there was a code involved. If it's for ACA, there's a code involved. There is a code that tells whoever's doing your background check where to send that information. Okay. Now, the code for Prometric testing is different from all those other codes. We want it in one filing cabinet so it can be found for testing purposes. Okay. So if you don't have it in that filing cabinet, if you don't go get your background check and have it in that filing cabinet, now Prometric has to say, okay, well, there's no, background check here in this filing cabinet that we're expecting one. So now we've got to go look through 450,000 other filing cabinets to try to find you. And chances are they don't have access to all of those filing cabinets. Okay, does that make sense? So that's why I said it's really not as complicated as people try to make it. If you have a background check done and you want to use it, that means it's more work on Prometric's part and it's going to take longer. If you go get your background check and then apply, now when they go to look in the filing cabinet, you're there and it simplifies the whole process. Does that make sense? Now the filing I will tell you this though. The filing cabinet that Prometric uses, where your your background check goes when you use that ORI number, that filing cabinet is able to be used by all of your medical employees moving forward. They have access to that filing cabinet. Okay, where ACA is not necessarily the case, because ACA covers a very, very, very small percentage of medical. Home care, assisted living, those types of entities. It doesn't cover acute care. So, and that's why I'm saying when you start talking about background checks, it becomes way, way more complicated because every industry, every regulating industry has their own filing cabinet and they don't always cross over. Now, I will tell you about 10 years ago, we actually voted on this in Florida. They wanted one centralized database. Everybody would be into it. Doesn't matter who sent you for a background check. Once you were in there, you were in there and anybody could find it. Well, Florida voters said, oh no, I don't want people accessing my information from other agencies. So now that's why we have to do a background check for this and a background check for that. But I've already got a background check. It doesn't matter. And that's because Florida voters didn't want other agencies to be able to pull their information.
You probably said this earlier, but I wasn't here. But if you have the background check, do you need to wait till you get that back before you apply?
You won't get anything you're not going to get anything back.
Okay. So you just go ahead and apply with
Yeah, let me clarify that really quick because a lot of people don't understand this.
Yeah.
Okay. When you go get your background check, they're not going to give you anything. They don't give you a piece of paper with your fingerprint that we used to, right? So, I don't know why you got one. I don't know because clearly it was probably a different ORI number. Okay. I have no idea, but they're not going to give you anything that you go send to somebody else or take to an employer or submit someone. It doesn't work like it. Everything is electronic. And by law, you are forbidden from having any access to your own privacy or background check information. Because right now on your phone, you have the capability of editing anything. So if you get your background check, you can simply white out something and type something else in and erase any criminal history that you've got. Because of something called chain of custody, you cannot have access to your criminal history that's being. Now you can request a copy of it, yes, so that you can see what's on it. But when it goes from agency to agency, you can have no access to that. None. And that's because of that whole chain of custody. Does that make sense? Now, years and years and years ago, we used to go give fingerprints. They'd give you a little card, and then you took them to wherever it is you needed to take it. It does not work like that. Everything is electronic and digital to help prevent tampering. Does that make sense?
So should we wait a few days or just go ahead and apply it Prometric right after you do that?
It's instantaneous.
Okay.
Because it is digital.
Right.
I usually recommend waiting 24 hours just because it's high volume.
Right.
But yeah, just go do your background check. You don't have to do anything more. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to get anything. You don't have to submit anything. Just go attend that appointment. They're going to take a picture, fingerprints, and signature. And then 24 hours later, apply for the test. Okay. And that works as long as you're using that ORI code that I gave you. It's EDOH0380Z is the code. As long as you use that code when you register for your background check, it's fine. Everything works exactly the way it's supposed to.
So, say we register for the test now, is there any possible chance that we could be scheduled to take the test like the week after we finish here?
Generally speaking, they're scheduling 2 to 3 weeks out.
So if we register now, it could be the week right after we're done.
Chances are no, because we're going into high volume season. So chances are it's going to be 3 to 4 weeks. But the reason that I give you the registration packets when I do is because I want you to be testing a week or two after graduation. That's actually my goal, is to get you testing a week or two after graduation. Long enough that you've got time to practice, not so long that you start to forget. Okay. And I know you don't feel ready. I know that. I know that. Every single one of you sitting here is like, I don't want to register yet. I'm not ready. You're ready. You are. By the time I'm done with you, we still have, this is the halfway point. We still have 2 weeks to go. You are ready. You know what you need to know. How do we know what to do with each skill?
Follow the care plan.
Every skill starts with an opening. Every opening starts with a knock. Do you put the supplies directly on the table?
No.
You use a barrier. When do you get the barrier? Okay, before you get your supplies, after you wash your hands. Okay. How do you know if you need gloves? Care plan doesn't tell you because it's based on the patient, not the skill. Body fluids, personal skin, non-intact skin, right? If your patient's uncovered or undressed, what do you need? Privacy blanket. When you're putting that on, what do you have to be careful not to do with it? Shake it or snap it. Linens cannot touch the floor or your uniform. Sure. Clean rolls toward me, dirty rolls away. Where should the patient be for every skill? I mean, in the center of the bed. Does it matter if they're on their back or on their side? No, they have to be in the center. Yeah. If you turn a patient onto their side, are you turning them towards you or away from you?
Away from you.
Away from you. Anything we wash, we
Rinse.
Anything we rinse, we
Dry.
dry. Do you add soap to the basin?
No.
No. Who checks the water?
You and the patient.
You and the patient. Sure. If you're going to put lotion on, what do you do before? What do you do after?
Wipe it off.
Wipe it off. Every basin we clean the exact same way. Rinse it, dry it, store it. Nobody cares how. It's not that important. And every skill ends the same way with the closing. What are some of the things that we have to do at the end of the skill? Okay, ask if they need anything else. Give them the call light. What's that? Clean environment.
Wash your hands.
Okay. Open the curtain. Bed should be in the lowest position. Okay. Once you've done all, what word do they need to hear?
Thank you.
Comfortable. But yes, thank you. I always thank my patients. Yes, but the evaluators need to hear, are you comfortable? Once you've done all that, what are you going to do? Yeah, get rid of those cooties. And then if we have to document, when do we document? And then what do we do after?
Wash your hands again.
Wash your hands again. Guys, don't tell me you're not ready. Don't tell me you're not ready. I still have 2 weeks to go with you. Don't tell me you're not ready. You're ready. Because you might make some small mistakes during the test. Sure, you're going to be nervous and you're being watched, and that's absolutely normal. You might make some small mistakes, but I guarantee you, you are going to hear my voice in your head when you're testing. and you'll recognize those mistakes. And then what do you do if you make a mistake? Correct it. That's what it's all about, guys. Yeah, you will make mistakes during the test because you're new, and that's okay. The biggest thing is not making no mistakes. You don't have to be perfect. The biggest thing is recognizing those mistakes and correcting them. And that's where my voice is going to come in. I can't tell you how many thousands of people have told me during the test, I heard your voice. I heard you say, I heard. And that's what will get you through the test. You don't have to have faith in you. I don't want you to register for the test based on faith in you. I want you to register for the test based on faith in me. Now, I can pull up an email that I got from a nurse aid evaluator from Prometric. He emailed me 2 weeks ago and said that out of the thousands of applicants that this evaluator had tested, those that used the 4-year CNA system were easily identifiable, and every one of them passed. This is from somebody who is actually testing you. They're able to identify you based on how you perform the skills, and you pass because I make sure that you understand the checkpoints that you're going to be graded on.
I feel fine now, but once I get in there, I feel like I'm just gonna forget everything.
Yeah. So I lead you through this in a very specific way. What's the first question I always ask during review? Okay. Do we have any questions? But how do we know what to do for each skill? It's always my first question, right? Always my first question. And then we go from there, right? But that's always my first question. How do you know what to do for each skill? And what's the answer? Follow the care plan. Now your brain is kind of going through the other principles, right? But that one statement, how do we know what to do for each skill? And I say it the same way every time. How do we know what to do for each skill? And you immediately say the, right? Because you were trained to do that. Guys, I've only had you 2 weeks. And you can say this in your sleep now. 2 weeks is all I've had you. I still have 2 more to go. Imagine how far you're going to be by then. And you're going to have some practice time built into the program from here on out. And I know that's a little nerve-wracking for you too, because you haven't had any practice time, but you really haven't had enough skill under your belt to practice with yet. Okay. I have a very specific method to my madness. But here's the thing. When you go into the testing room, you're going to be nervous, and everything that you know is going to flee your head. It's gone. You're staring at a wall going, oh my gosh, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? So the only thing I want you to remember is, how do you know what to do? The care plan. So that care plan is your first key. Once you use that key, the rest of them open up. Okay. So when you are in the testing room saying, I don't know what to do, your brain should automatically kick in the care plan, because I've trained you. How do you know what to do? The care plan. So that's the very first thing that your brain is going to kick in with. Does that make sense? So I teach you in a very, very specific way, and I'm very, very deliberate with my word choice. You guys won't reckon. There's a lot of psychology that goes into what I do here, and you guys won't recognize it because I've made it very effortless. And remember the first day I told you, I'm going to make this super easy. All you have to do is stay reasonably awake, because I'm planting these same seeds over and over and over. And we're using forced repetition to make sure this gets in. Okay. I use a lot of psychology in what we do here, but I do it in a way that you guys aren't even aware of it, but it helps you on the test. Okay. Does that make sense? All right. So Leica says, I made the process for the Prometric exam since Thursday and did not receive messages yet. And how can we make the background check? Okay. Leica, I have a whole Lesson on my website for yourcna.com under testing, my testing tab. There's a whole lesson there under background check and registration for the test. Make sure you go watch both of those. So the background check, if you want to watch the end of class 4, I've got a whole thing on the background check. It's also on the website. But as far as the test, if you registered on Thursday and haven't received anything back by today, Monday, Friday was Good Friday. And then we had Easter over the weekend. So happy Easter to everybody. I would give it another day just because we've got some holiday delays there. And if you don't hear anything by tomorrow, I would contact Prometric and just make sure that the application went through okay.
So there's an 800 number probably in this information you gave us that has their number on it.
The paper that I gave you, the very first one that's long, right? At the end of, I think it's the second column, is Prometric's phone number. It's also on their website, prometric.com/nurseaid/FL. It's on their website, but it is on that paper that I gave you as well. Okay.
And I have no doubt in you passing. You're gonna do just fine. Like she said, you're gonna hear her voice.
You will.
And you're gonna pass with flying colors.
You will.
Yes, you will.
Yeah. Like I said, don't register for the test based on your faith in you. Do it based on your faith in me. I will get you where you need to go. I promise. With thousands of students. I mean, we're now over 130,000 subscribers on YouTube. Those are just our subscribers, and 88% of the people that watch my videos don't even subscribe. I'm at 34 million views.
Wow.
That's big.
That is big. And
That's
you live in Little Spring Hill.
big. I know. That's big. We help literally thousands of students pass the test. Hundreds of thousands. We're good at what we do. Okay.
You got a good team too.
I got a great
sons.
team. I have a fantastic team.
Yeah.
That's why I said we. It is a team.
I knew you were
I
thinking. I wasn't saying it for that reason, but it just amazes me how your sons, they show you so much respect, Patty, and it's so neat to see, and they really care about the program too.
Yes, they do. Well, they care. They know this is life changing for most of you. This is life changing, and we don't take that lightly. We do not take that lightly. This is life changing for most of you. So we want to make sure that we are providing information that is correct, that is accurate, that is easy to understand, and that is timely. This is not the same program that I taught 17 years ago. I mean, I have evolved this, and it is now honed to a fine edge. I know exactly what to say and when to say it. And that's based on input from previous students. So thankfully, the students, the ones that have come before you, have helped us develop a program that you guys are benefiting from. So let me go ahead and get your scores for chapters 5 and 6. Maria?
Chapter 5, 100%. Chapter 6, 100%.
Thank you. Marva?
100, 100.
Thank you. Katie?
Chapter 5 is 100, 6 is a mistake.
Thank you. Jera?
I got 90 on both.
Thank you. Alyssa?
-2 on chapter 5 and -1 on chapter 6.
Thank you. Jordan? Jessica N?
100 on chapter 5 and 100 on chapter 6.
Thank you. Edward?
90, 95.
Do you have chapter 4 for me by any chance, Edward?
Yes, I do. I have, 80.
Thank you. Jeanette?
90 on chapter 5 and a 90 on chapter 6.
Thank you. Sheradine? Emily? Jessica S?
90 on 5 and 90 on 6.
Jessica, do you have 2, 3, and 4 by any chance?
100 on all.
Okay, thank you. And Brooklyn? Kevin.
I got one wrong on chapter 5. And I got a 100 on chapter 6.
Thank you. Do you have 4 for me?
Yeah, I got 2 wrong.
Thank you. All right. Any questions on what you read over the weekend? Any questions on chapters 5 or 6? It was a lot. It's a long, yeah, they're long chapters, especially 6.
But it was interesting. There's a lot to things. There always is, more than what you realize.
Right.
It's just something-
Right.
It's amazing. And that dimension also, that
Are you gonna go
fascinates
get
me.
Audible?
No,
It's very interesting.
it's like trying to read that many pages before it.
Yeah, it can be challenging. So let's talk about dementia really quickly. And we've talked about this concept of our body. Oh, hold on one second. Anthea says, "Good morning, Miss Patty. When doing washing skills, you undress the patient before you apply gloves." Yes, that's fine, Anthea. It really doesn't matter. As far as the test is concerned, it doesn't matter. It depends on what you're working with. If the patient has skin openings, wounds, rashes, sores, whatever, yeah, you want gloves on when you're undressing them if you're going to come near those areas. But for the most part, I try to keep my gloves clean because remember, we're going to be cleaning, especially with partial bed bath, the eyes, right? The nose, the mouth, or if we're doing pericare, the genital area. You don't want to, these are doorways in. So we don't want to contaminate our gloves overtly and then bring that contamination to a doorway in. So if the patient has no body opening or no body sores, no wounds, rashes, no open skin, then I will put my gloves on after I undress them. Keep my gloves clean for the patient.
If you're unsure, could you put them on and then put a different pair on from bed bath?
Sure, you can use more than one. Yeah, you can change them. Double gloving is not necessary for CNAs unless you're in an isolation situation, and that would require additional training. Double gloving for CNAs is not. It's just not done. Not necessary. So if you haven't registered for the test, then you need to. But let's talk about dementia really quick. I have talked to you previously about the concept of an aging factory when it comes to the body. And the brain is no exception to that. As we age, our brain, which is a memory-making factory, is going to age too. So by the time we get into our, 70s and 80s, that factory is old and rusted and broken down, and its gears are missing teeth and some springs are missing, and it's just not in tip-top shape. It's not state-of-the-art brand new anymore. So the memories that person makes as they age are not going to be as high quality. They may not even make a memory right now at all because the factory is not working. Now, when you add dementia to that's just normal. That's just normal aging. Now, when you add dementia into it, now we've got full, gears that are missing, and we've got conveyor belts that are not running, and you just got this whole system where the patient isn't able to create memories or access memories that were created previously, or cope with new information or new experiences. So this is where, figure out how to explain this to you. This is where staff members need more training, okay, when we're working with dementia patients. Sorry, it's getting cold. So let me kind of explain something to you. How many of you guys think, if I were to ask you, how many of you guys, self-assessment, think that you got pretty good coping skills? That when something changes, you can handle it pretty well? How many of you guys think you have pretty good coping skills? How many of you guys think, not so much?
So depends.
Okay, depends on the situation, right? So for me, if I'm pretty good at coping. I mean, I'm good at kind of changing gears. My brain works really fast, and I've got a lot of coping skills in my skill set. Okay, so I'm pretty good at it. My oldest son, not. He doesn't deal with change at all. I mean, at all. When he was young and I would change my hair color, he would cry for days. Does not cope with change, right? And most of us are somewhere on that spectrum, right? Probably not quite that extreme, but you may not have excellent coping skills either. You're somewhere on that system, right? So if somebody cancels plans, you're okay with it. You're a little bummed, but you're okay with it. Make sense? Okay. But if something catastrophic happened, your car was repossessed, you lost your home, your pet died, something catastrophic happens, your coping mechanisms are going to be challenged, right? And you may not be able to cope effectively with that. It may set you back a bit. Does that make sense? Good. All right. Well, dementia eliminates all coping mechanisms. With dementia, you are unable to cope with change because you can't access those areas. Okay, remember our factory, we're missing conveyor belts and gears, and you just can't access those areas. So when we are working with dementia patients and we understand based on our own experiences how difficult it is to cope when things change, and now understanding that dementia patients have no coping ability, little things can become catastrophic. So things like lunch not being at the right time, that can be catastrophic. Moving rooms can be catastrophic. Changing roommates, somebody moves in, can be catastrophic. Not having the shirt that they wore yesterday can be catastrophic. Are you guys starting to see that with dementia, it's not that they're giving you a hard time. They're unable to cope with any change in their life. So think about what happens to you when you're unable to cope.
It's terrible.
It is. It's very, it's unsettling. You can't quite get your feet under you. Everything becomes a major deal. You just can't deal with one more thing, right? You get overwhelmed, overstimulated. Well, this is the state that dementia patients are in all the time. So now, if we have a patient that is in a facility, they've been there for a while, they've kind of got that down, right? They know where their room is, they know their roommate. Now we have to think about staffing. So if we have a constant progression of new people in, new people in, new people in, new people in, and it's never the same people, first of all, staff isn't able to learn the patients. That's a big part of what we do. But even more importantly, patients aren't able to learn the staff. You are a stranger. And now you are trying to undress them. How much of a threat do you think that's going to be to them? So this is why a lot of our dementia patients refuse showers. It's not because of what's going on with them. It's because they cannot cope with change. Does that make sense? So we have to be aware of these thought processes and how dementia is going to impact our ability to relate with patients, especially dementia patients. Now, it can also affect their speech. They may not be able to relay to you what's going on in their head. Have you ever been totally and completely overwhelmed and somebody comes along and says, "So what's wrong with you?" Oh, it's on.
Oh boy.
It's on. Now you've got a reason to fight, right? You were looking for one, found it. Okay. Or, and this is my personal favorite, you need to calm down. Never in the history of ever has anyone calmed down by being told you need to calm down.
That just sends you the other way.
Oh,
It does me
absolutely.
Anyway.
Absolutely. Who are you to tell me to calm down? Oh, it's on. Let's go. Right? So, but yet we do this as caregivers all the time. We tell patients, you need to calm down. And then wonder why they start throwing punches. They're not doing what we told them to do. Okay? We have to understand where they are, not where we are. Does that make sense? So when we're dealing with patients that have, I'll get right with you. When we're dealing with patients with dementia, we have to use some creative techniques to help them cope. And one of the best techniques you can use with dementia patients is redirection.
Yes.
Redirection. So if we've got a patient that's standing by the door waiting for an opportunity to escape, which happens a lot, instead of saying, you need to move away from the door, that doesn't help. Now you're giving them an order, and chances are they're not going to comply because they will challenge anybody that's challenging them. Instead, a great way is to redirect them or distract them. Hey, Mary, I've got some really pretty flowers over here. Can you come check these out? Come on, Mary, come look at these flowers. What kind of flowers do you think these are? Are they red? Are they pink? She's totally forgotten about the door because now she's on the flowers. Does that make sense? So redirection. So there's two things that I use, and I'm going to give you these two tools that you can use. With women, and yes, there is a sex difference here, guys. There is. I know that everybody wants to erase it out there, but I'm going to tell you that the way that you deal with dementia patients is going to depend on basically their past life. Okay. So with women, my favorite thing to do is to hand them a magazine, like a home magazine, like Good Housekeeping or one of those. And I ask them, I've lost my teddy bear. Can you help me find my teddy bear? It's in here somewhere. Because there's always a Snuggle fabric softener ad in those magazines. And most of our dementia patients are familiar with magazines. You know, that it was a very big part of their cultural identity. So you get them to look through the magazine and find the teddy bear. There's a Snuggle ad in there, I guarantee it. Every single home magazine has a Snuggle fabric softener ad in it. If that doesn't work, if they're more tactile, and some people are much more tactile, having them help you match socks and fold washcloths is a great way to distract a person. And let me explain to you why. And this is the part that most CNAs don't get. You just don't think about this. If I told you that for the whole month of April, you did not have to do a single thing. You just sit right in that chair. You're not going to feed the pets. You're not going to go shopping. You're not going to go pick up any dinner. You just sit right in that chair and do nothing. You guys would all be, sign me up. I'll be great. Yep, I want that vacation. Thank you very much. And that would be great for a month. But toward the end of the month, you're going to start to get a little antsy because you can only sit in one place and do nothing for so long before it starts to affect you. Now, yeah, because here's the thing, we have to feel useful. We have to feel like we're contributing, and we have to feel like we have a purpose. That is built into the human psyche.
I was raised with chores nonstop, so.
Absolutely. I do not sit still very well. I don't. I just don't. Even with a movie, it's very difficult for me to just sit still. I have to be doing something. So if we have a hard time doing that, then why do we expect our patients to be perfectly okay with it for the rest of their life? Remember, we have a need to feel like we have a purpose. And if we are doing absolutely everything for these patients, we're feeding them, we're bathing them, we're taking them to the toilet, we're doing everything for them, and we tell them, just sit there, don't move, don't get up, don't do anything, don't contribute, just sit there. How many of you guys would be okay with that?
It drives me nuts. I would not like that.
So why do we expect our patients to be perfectly okay with this? And then we come along and say, I told you not to get up out of that chair because you're a fall risk. How horrible is that? That is the wrong mindset. And this is probably not something that you ever thought about. Your patients have a need to be needed. So I will, especially if I've got a woman that's a little bit antsy and a little bit agitated, having her fold washcloths, it's not slave labor, guys. It's having her to contribute to the well-being of her society. She now feels useful. Does that make sense? So every facility that I've worked at with dementia patients, I always had a big basket full of washcloths and socks.
Oh, good idea.
Always. Yeah, absolutely. Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. I went out and bought, a whole bunch of fuzzy socks because they're really soft,
Yeah.
and put those in the basket because it's very tactile, very soothing. Make sense? Okay. So now men, on the other hand, they're not going to sit around and fold washcloths and socks. They're just not going to. That's not really relevant to their life experience. So for the men, what I do is I get, and you can use humor, guys. It's okay to
Yes,
use
they
humor,
like that.
right? So I'll get clear shoe boxes, the clear boxes.
Mhm.
And in the box, I put rice, not cooked rice, raw rice. And I always use jasmine because it had a really soothing smell to it. And in there, I would dump marbles, nuts, and bolts and mix it all up. And then I would hand the box to my gentleman that I needed to distract a little bit and say, I've lost my marbles. Can you help me find them? And they would dig through the rice. Yep. And again, you can use humor.
Yes, they like that.
You can use humor. Yeah. Now, if I had somebody that I was not real happy about saying that to, I would say, I need the bolts out of here. Can you find the bolts? Can you find the bolts?
Them trying to eat it, right? That wouldn't be a concern.
Again, we would always address this on a per person basis.
Right. Okay.
Remember, there is never one size that fits all.
Right.
Okay. But you want to, some places will use like child puzzles and things like that, the wooden puzzles and things. But you really wanted to use something that's relevant to their life experience, right? They're not children. We should not be treating them like children. So things that are relevant to their life experience. But expecting an adult to sit in front of a TV all day, every day is absolutely just, they're going to get agitated. You would too, right? So we have to kind of rearrange our thinking, how we approach dementia patients. Does that make sense to everybody? Now, there's a woman, if you really want to get into dementia, there's a woman named Teepa Snow, Teepa Snow. She is the dementia guru. She has all kinds of strategies and tips and teaches you how to relate to dementia patients and communication techniques. She is what I am to CNA. She is to the dementia community. Teepa, Teepa Snow. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, all social media.
Another good person is Debbie Savage, and she's up
Yes.
in Citrus County.
Yeah.
She's amazing. She's done amazing work up there.
She's more local.
Yeah, she'll do
Teepa Snow is
workshops.
national. Yeah.
She does a lot of workshops.
Yep.
But one day she came to speak to our church, and she said she had a gentleman that didn't want to go to the bathroom. So she changed up and said, you know, I got a new friend over here. His name is John. Why don't you come over and meet John? So then, and then he forgot about what he went doing. So he followed her and then he went into the bathroom. And she was talking about John meaning bathroom, but he
Right,
didn't know that.
Right.
So she said, I'm going to introduce my friend John. And then pretty soon he forgot what he was doing. And then he went, followed her. And did
And
this
once he
thing.
was in there,
He
his
was fine.
brain, yeah, his brain knew
He
what
was
to do.
fine. So it's tricks like that. She
So again, that's a coping mechanism. If I sit right here, I don't have to change anything.
Right,
But if I don't remember what a bathroom is,
right,
that's scary.
right.
That's scary. So yes, communication is really, really important. You have to adapt your communication. So hold on one second. Let me get back to you. What was your question?
As far as like the whole like calm topic and whatnot, can you use different phrases like, you know, ask them instead of telling them to calm down, ask them what's wrong or are you okay? Or instead of asking them what's wrong with you, ask them how their day is going.
You can use all of those, but it's going to really depend on the communication availability of your patient. So if I ask you, hey, you look really down today, what's going on? You're probably able to identify your feelings and then explain them. But if we don't have those skills, if those skills are gone to us, that can actually increase frustration and agitation because I know I feel some kind of way, but I can't identify it. And if I can't identify it, I can't express it.
Right. So with dementia patients, you really want to ask them not such open-ended questions, more yes or no questions.
Right. Yes and no is good. But again, distraction.
Yeah.
Distraction. If in doubt, distraction with dementia. If in doubt, distraction. Because communication really is at the heart of dementia.
Right.
It is a disease of communication. We think of it as a disease recalling memory and recall, but it really is communication. Because if you don't have memory and recall, you have no communication. Words, feelings, ideas, those are all gone. I worked with one dementia patient that was down to one word, apple. All she could say, apple, 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 all day long, apple, apple. And we tried everything. We brought her apples, apple pie, applesauce. I mean, we tried everything. Well, apple was not, it was just the last word that she had. It meant everything. It meant everything. So now we're trying to figure out, okay, is she cold? Now, let's go back to basics, right? Is she cold? Is she hungry? Does she need to toilet? Is she wet? Right? So we're going back to the basics. Let's physical comfort. Let's start there and work through that. She might have been scared. She might have been frustrated. The apple may have meant a feeling. We don't know. It's the only word she had left.
And that's not something as a CNA we would do. Like if we walked into a room and our patient all of a sudden the next day was saying apple and nothing but apple.
Well, if it's a sudden change, anything sudden, what do we do with that?
Tell the nurse right away.
Report it to the nurse.
So even if it's like a long-term like decline,
Right.
it's still something that the nurse would take care of.
Well, but as a CNA, you're going to have to try to figure out what they mean by the words they're using. So that is a CNA task. This is why when you're working with dementia, it's really, really important that we have continuity of staff. Not a revolving door. Not a revolving door. This is the concern that I have about this whole CNA travel industry, right? Where people are becoming CNAs to go travel and work at different facilities for 6 weeks or 13 weeks or whatever. And you make really good money, but there's no continuity. And how is that for the patients, do you think?
It's terrible for them. It's not solving anything in it. You wouldn't know if something's major or not. You
Right.
miss
That's
something.
that's the big thing. We're going to miss things because we don't know our patient. So if we've got a patient that, only has one word and has only had one word for 6 months, that's not a big deal. You've learned how to work with it, right? But if you have a patient that all of a sudden today only has one word and yesterday they had like 50, as a traveler, if that were your first encounter with the patient, you may not report it because they're in a dementia unit. Big deal. But it's a change for the patient. And what do we do with changes on patients?
Let the nurse know.
Yeah, if we can't recognize that it's a change, how are we going to report it?
They have the travel positions for CNAs that at all their facilities, not only like for hospitals.
Right. Well, the main use of travel CNAs is in facilities.
Because they're
Not
so
hospitals.
short-staffed. I mean,
Right.
They're so short-staffed.
Right. Right. That is mainly where we're going to see travel CNAs is in facilities that are having staffing difficulties. Well, you kind of have to wonder, why are they having staffing difficulties? Right.
Is there a standard that they have to have so many staff people for
Yes.
so many residents?
Yes.
What is that?
Yes. It differs state by state.
Oh, what is it for Florida? Do you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay.
And it's based on patient care hours.
Okay. Because I've heard
Yeah.
people tell me when they would come into this elderly lady's home I was cleaning for and cooking for, they'd say, we'd have 25 patients by yourself. They said, that's crazy. There's no way you can take care of 25 patients by yourself.
Well, it depends on the level of care that each one needs, right? There's
Yeah.
something called acuity.
Okay.
So if we have patients that, if we're working overnights
Mhm.
and all of our patients are in bed
Mhm.
and we only have 8 that have to be changed every 2 hours and repositioned, yeah, you can absolutely take care of 25 patients.
It sounded like she was working during the day, and I thought, how can you answer all those, be responsible for all those people?
Again, it depends
Depends
on
on
the
the care.
level of care they need.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So that's the problem. We can't give staffing ratios like one CNA can deal with 12 patients. So let me explain to you why. Okay. So let's say that we have that standard, one CNA, 12 patients. That's our state standard. That's all you can take care of. That's fine. And I give you 12 patients that all have very mild dementia. They just need to be reminded to go to the bathroom and helped into the bathroom. They need to be taken to the dining room for meals. They need to be monitored when they're dressing and grooming, but they do a lot by themselves. So you can take care of 12 people. I give you 12 people and they're all total care.
That'd be terrible.
Well, but hey, I'm in my my ratio, right? You still only have 12 people to take care of.
Okay. That's what you're saying. Depends on level of care that they need.
And that does happen when you put staffing ratios in place. Okay. So they can't mandate ratio. Now, here's the other thing, right? So you have 12 patients. They're all pretty, what we call walkie-talkies, right? They're all pretty you're there to help, right? She's got 12 total care.
Yeah.
One of yours has a heart attack. One has a stroke. One falls and hits her head. And they're on Q2 vitals. That's every 2 hours vital signs, right? And you've got to get 2 ready to go out to doctor's offices. Now, her assignment looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd be calling her, but she wouldn't have time to help me.
Right. Right. So we also have to understand that in a facility, our patients aren't what we call stable.
Yeah.
Accidents happen, heart attacks happen, strokes happen, things that are out of the norm happen. So when we talk about staffing ratios, it doesn't take any of that into consideration. It says 1 body for 12 bodies.
So is there always supposed to be an RN on staff though at all times if there's just CNAs there?
These
How
are
does that work?
these are all hard to answer questions.
Yeah.
And the answer to every single one of them is
Just
going to be,
depends.
it depends, right? If you're in an assisted living facility, no, you're not going to have an RN on staff because it's basically apartment living with meals and laundry. Okay. If you're in a nursing home, yes, there has to be an RN, but they don't physically have to be in the building.
But in assisted living, somebody has to write that care plan, don't they? Am I right? It's supposed to follow a care plan, so somebody has to write that.
So remember, assisted living
Okay.
is apartment living with congregate meals, laundry, and personal care assistance that you can pay for.
Okay.
Okay. It is not based on, this gets students confused all the time.
Well, I don't mean to take up so much of your time either with this because I don't want to keep you.
So I'm trying to figure out how to explain this very quickly to you. So think of the things you do for yourselves every day: bathing, dressing, grooming, toileting, right? Eating, that type of thing, right? You don't need to be licensed to do those things. You're able to bathe yourself, toilet yourself, groom. No, you didn't have to get a license to do that. You can also do those things on other people in your home without a license. You can also do those things for your neighbor without a license. You can also do those things for strangers without a license. It's just personal care. It's helping people out with things that they need help with. There's nothing medical about personal care. CNAs get this confused all the time. Bathing, dressing, grooming, toileting, feeding, those are not medical skills. Those are not medical skills. You don't need to have training to do those things. You do them on yourself every day. Those are not medical skills. So assisted living is non-medical skills. When we get into medical, caring for catheters, oxygen, wounds, tube feedings, trachs, those require additional training. So now we need a skilled person, a licensed person, a certified person. But you can have a total care person, bathing, dressing, feeding, grooming, toileting, in assisted living, because remember, those are not nursing skills. People get those two confused all the time. You can have a total care patient in assisted living because it's not nursing skills. Not nursing. Bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding, toileting is not nursing. You guys understand the difference there? Okay, so to answer your question then, assisted living doesn't need nurses. There's nothing skilled there. Nursing homes need nurses. That's why the name is in nursing. Yeah, nursing. So in an assisted living, no, you're not going to have an RN. So who's going to write the care plan? Well, probably admissions, actually. Okay. Right? When you come in, they're going to find out who you are and what kind of help you need, because they're going to figure out how much to charge you. The more help you need, the more you're going to pay. So your care plan would probably come from admissions.
So if there's changes with the resident there, we let administration know? Who do we tell?
Your supervisor, whoever your supervisor is, right? So it's like your grandma at home.
Right.
Okay. If something happens to your grandma, who are you going to let know? If it's an emergency, 911. If it's just kind of something a little off, probably their doctor. Right?
Right.
So it's the same thing. It's a residential care.
Okay.
But that would all be covered in your orientation period. Every time you go to work somewhere, you have to go through an orientation that's going to tell you what they do, how they do it. It's going to go over what your responsibilities and processes are. It's going to, orientation, they'll probably put you with somebody and to shadow for a couple of days. That's where you're going to learn all of that, is an orientation. So Deanna says, hey, Miss Patty, this is Elizabeth from your last class. Just to update you, I passed my skills and written and start my new job Thursday. Thank you so much. Good luck to the new class. Oh, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. That's amazing. Okay, so does that kind of make sense to you guys? Does that help? All right. So it's really, really important that we understand with dementia that our dementia patients are not going to have coping mechanisms. So any change is likely to set them off. That's the best way to get around that is with distraction. Okay. Good. You guys seen the new Lego sets? My granddaughter just got one for Easter, and it's sunflowers. They're Lego sets, but you build sunflowers, like specialized Legos. Really, really cool. I love it. And all I could think of is that would be awesome in a dementia unit.
Nice.
That would be awesome in a dementia unit. Yeah.
Are they the bigger ones or the smaller?
They're smaller.
Okay.
Yeah. It would be for very select dementia patients,
Okay.
obviously. Remember, everybody's an individual. There's no one size fits all,
Right.
but I can see using this. So let me tell you a quick story about this real quick. We had a guy in a dementia unit, locked dementia unit locally, and he was hilarious. He was dementia nonverbal, but still very active, right? Physically, he was in good shape, but dementia, he was pretty impaired. So he had a bad habit. Okay, Caitlin. He had a bad habit of stealing knives from the dining room, right? Just butter knives. And then he would take wheelchairs apart. And he always did it right in front of the elevator. I don't know why, but he would try to dismantle the wheelchair in front of the elevator using the butter knife as a screwdriver. And many times people would get out of the elevator and trip over wheelchair parts, that were kind of scattered there. And, the staff was getting really frustrated with him. I mean, really mad. And I thought it was very interesting. So when he had a nephew that came to visit, when his nephew came, he wasn't my patient. He wasn't, but I had kind of taken an interest in this guy because I kept tripping over his wheelchair parts, right? So I asked the nephew, I said, just out of curiosity, what did he used to do for a living? And he said, oh, he was a NASA engineer.
Yeah.
And he was actually part of the Apollo missions, one of the engineers. And I thought, okay, now that makes sense. That makes sense because engineers are generally tinkerers, right? They're always trying to find a better way to do things, right? So this is, for whatever reason, what his mind was doing. So I suggested to the nephew, I said, since he likes to tinker and he's physically capable, have you ever thought about maybe getting him a set of Connects? And that has all the little gears and all kinds of things. It's not as limiting as Legos. It's a little bit more complex. He says, no, but that's a really great idea. So he went and got his uncle a couple of sets of Connects. They put it in a big box. He would then sit there and put all these things together and take them apart and build and fiddle. And he left the wheelchairs alone, which was kind of the whole point. So just because somebody is in a dementia unit does not mean that they are physically incapable. Okay. And this was a tinkerer. So imagine being in a setting, your mind is still going. It's still solving problems, but you've got no outlet for it. What would you do? You'd probably take wheelchairs apart too. So we have to remember that these are people and they've all had lives and experiences. And what they're dealing with now is going to be based on the experiences that they had earlier. I am a very mechanical person. I'm very mechanically inclined. I took apart my first engine when I was 12. I am very mechanically inclined. I would probably be the person, if I get dementia, that would need something to fidget with, something to put together, a problem to solve.
We're going to get you some Connects.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Remember that your patients are all a sum of their previous experiences. They do not all fit in one neat box. And do not put them all on a couch in front of a black and white TV and think that that's going to solve your problems. It's not. Some patients will be very happy sitting there. Other patients will go out of their mind. So we have to keep that in mind. Okay.
So yeah, it's different. Going back to what you said before about the ADLs and not needing to be certified to do help with those daily activities. And with our certification, we can improve or learn those other skills that need to be trained more.
Okay, so uncertified, you're eligible to work in an assisted living. You can go across the street to Timber Pines right now and they will hire you. Tell them I sent you, they will hire you. They are looking. You can go across the street to Timber Pines right now. They will hire you. You do not need to be certified to work in those settings. Now they prefer you trained. It makes it easier. Okay. But you don't have to be certified to work there. Now, if you go to work, if you want to go to work in a nursing home to get paid more, now you need to be certified because nursing happens there and you need to be certified for that. If you go to work in a hospital, you need to be, actually, I'm sorry, back up. Hospitals, you don't need to be certified. You do not need to be a CNA to work at a hospital. They generally hire CNAs because you are trained. But legally, you do not have to be a CNA to work in a hospital. And they will hire you without your certification in a lot of places.
And then they'll probably pay for more training and pay for all your stuff you need. I don't know.
No, not usually. Not
Okay.
usually. But I will tell you, HCA hospitals, Oak Hill, right up the road, right? HCA hospitals nationwide, they're the largest hospital group. They train patient care techs. It's called the Star Tech program.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yep, the Star Tech program. Do you know what program they use to teach?
Probably yours.
Yep. That online course that you all have access to and the book that you have, that's what they use. So they take people from the community and they put them through our training program and then employ them as patient care techs in the hospital. So you don't have to be a CNA to work in a hospital. But most of them will put that in the job description because they want you trained.
I was looking up the other night of the patient sitter
Mm-hmm.
there,
Yeah.
and that and
Patient safety attendant. They have, I think, 4 or 5 openings right now
They do.
for patient safety attendants.
I
Yep.
think 2 of them were at like Oak Hill,
Mm-hmm.
and there was at one I wasn't familiar with. So.
Oh, Bayonet Point. Yeah, Bayonet Point has a couple too. So yeah, I mean, there's lots of opportunities. Legally in Florida, the only place that you have to be a CNA to work is a nursing home and home care if you don't have another like home health aide certification. That's it. Everywhere else, it's not required. Now, it may be a requirement of the employer,
Right.
because they want you trained, but it's not a legal requirement.
Do you know of any assisted living places in the area that are good about, like with dementia patients, maybe they get them into gardening or they get them into, like you're saying, you get them into something that they know they need. Do you know of any specific place around here that's good about that?
Timber Pines is pretty good.
Okay. I like that concept.
Yeah. There was one many years ago, about 20 years ago, up in Cross City that made the news because it was a really neat facility. But they actually had the way it was set up, it was kind of like a wagon wheel with all the rooms around. The kitchen was right in the middle. And then the nurse's station were like the spokes. And in the spaces in between were enclosed gardens with raised garden beds. And the residents could plant, weed, harvest.
Right.
They had an area in the kitchen where they could clean and prep. And, those that were inclined to do so and physically able were involved in the community, with food production and
That's
it,
like Cross City, Florida.
I think it was Cross City Chiefland, somewhere up in there. I don't remember where. I don't know that if it's still there anymore. I haven't
I'd like to
checked
check
in
into
years.
that.
It was probably 20, 25 years ago that I heard about this.
Okay.
What was interesting to me about it is that, first of all, there was a waiting list to get in,
Yes.
right? It was in demand. But the second thing that was very interesting is that their residents had a much lower rate of medication.
I believe it.
Yeah. Much lower rate of medication. Because everything that we've been talking about is important. You need to feel needed and wanted and feel like you're useful and part of the community. Parking somebody in front of a TV is not how we care for patients. All right, good. Questions on any of that? Okay. Game show. I think tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Game show tomorrow. This is on my website or my YouTube channel, youtube.com/foryourCNA. We give prizes. So first place prize is my CNA card game. It's a lot of fun, guys. That the card game is a lot. If you like Rummy, it's a lot of fun. You can play it with anybody. Doesn't have to be medical. And then I give away some other things for second and third place as well. So I go through 15 test-like questions. You type the answer in, and the computer program I use reads your answers and awards points. So it is a true game show. And that's tomorrow at 11. All right. So really quickly, how do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan, the whole care plan in.
Nothing but the care.
While we're doing that, what are we going to also do? Yeah, while we're following the care plan, what's the other half of our job? Observing. And who do we report those observations to? Okay. Every skill starts with a knock. Okay. How do we know we've got the right person?
We say, or
No, we
Mrs.
say their
Jones, we
name.
say.
Right. So we either announce their name or ask them their name, but we need to identify them specifically by name. What do they need to know about us?
Our name and what we do.
Okay. Name and title. What are we going to explain to them? And what are we going to get from them? Permission. Once we've done all that, we're going to close and wash our,
Hands.
and then get our supplies. All right. So how do we know if we need gloves? If we're going to touch?
Body fluid, unintact skin.
Okay. Personal skin, non-intact skin. First thing gloves touch is the patient. You got to be careful. What have your dirty gloves touched? And then at the end, you have to remove your gloves correctly. How do you do that?
From the bottom. Turn it. Go in. But the other one you do it differently.
No, you don't go in. Remember, you
Oh,
pinch
twist it,
up.
Pinch up.
You
Okay.
pinch up because you don't want your glove to go inside.
Okay.
So pinch up, pull off, go under, pull off.
Okay.
Okay. If we're going to use supplies, we have to have a clean place to put them. So what are we going to use?
Barrier.
A barrier. We should only touch our supplies with what kind of hands? And the supplies cannot touch uniform. Are you going to get your barrier before or after you get your supplies? Before. Anytime our patient is uncovered or undressed, we need a privacy blanket. We use it to keep our patients warm, but also to keep them private. When we put the blanket on, do we take the sheet all the way off and then put the blanket on? No, we want to put the blanket on top and then pull the sheet under. And what can we not do with that blanket when we're putting it on? Okay. Remove it at the end of the scale after we remove our gloves. Linen rules. Linens must not touch you have to have what kind of hands to get your linens?
Clean hands.
And we don't snap or shake. Same thing as those are all the same as other principles. Clean rolls toward you, dirty rolls away. We don't let any linens touch the floor. And what do we do with anything we didn't use? Discard it. Very good. All right. We aren't going to have side rails in all settings. So the patient must always be in what part of the bed? The middle of the bed. To do that, we're going to scoot the patient toward us. And then we're going to roll them which way? Toward us or away? Away. Good. All right. Washing rules. What do we not put in basins? So how do we get water? From the faucet. What do we need to turn the water on? Paper towel. We're going to check the water. What should it feel like? Warm. Who else checks it? Patient. When we're doing the skill, we want to try to be careful not to get our surface wet. And if we use lotion, we're going to do what before and what after? Wipe it off. Basin cleaning. We clean everything the same way. Rinse, dry, store. Don't get too overly involved in this. Rinse, dry, store. But when you put your basin back in the drawer, you haven't washed your hands yet. So what do you need to open that drawer with? Paper towel. Very good. And then the closing. We talked about this a little while ago. Remember that we want our patient in a clean and safe environment. That means the bed in the low position. We're going to address preferences. So do you want a magazine, head of the bed, whatever? We want to ask about comfort. Remember, they need to hear that word. Are you comfortable? We're going to give them a call light. We're going to open that privacy curtain. And then once we've done all of those things, we're going to go wash our, and then we document if we need to. Remember, there's only 4 skills that require that. And then after we document, what do we need to do? Wash our hands again. And that's because at the end of the skill, there's a checkpoint that says end skill with clean hands. So it's a very, if you have to go back over to that patient for anything,
You have to wash your
you
hands.
have to wash your hands at the end because our checkpoint says end skill with clean hands. It means nothing can come after that. Okay, good.
Now, if you leave one patient's room and then you just walk to the next one, you would always need to wash your hands first again, right?
Mhm.
Because you,
Right, right. Because I don't know what you've touched in that hallway.
right. Or even air things get on my hands as I'm walking.
Sure.
Particles and- okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We always have clean hands to touch our patient with, and we always end our skill with clean hands. All right, pulse. What do we have to support?
The elbow.
The elbow. What is a normal value for pulse?
6,200.
Okay, and pulses are always reported over what time period?
1 minute.
1 minute. You don't always have to count for 1 minute. How do we know? Care plan. Very good. What part of our fingers do we want to use?
Fingertips.
Yeah. And what finger can we not use? The thumb. Where is our radial pulse located? At the thumb or pinky side?
That's a thumb.
Thumb side. And how is the evaluator going to know when to start and stop counting?
We have to say it out loud.
We have to say it out loud. Since you counted something, what do you have to remember to do at the end? Record it. Very good. Dressing a resident. What are we going to ask them?
What do they want to wear?
What do they want to wear? When do we undress them?
After we grab their clothes.
After you get your clothes. Very good. When we lift, are we lifting from above or below? Below. And what do we have to do to the joints when we're lifting? Support them. Very good. How do we know which arm to undress and dress first? USA first. So what does USA first mean?
Undress
Strong arm first. Yeah, USA. Undress strong arm first, dress weak arm first. Very good. I don't want you to overextend or force movement. We want to adjust the clothing for neatness. Where do all dirty items go? In the hamper. And where do I want to put that call light?
With a strong hand.
Stronger hand. Hand and nail care. Again, we're going to support the arm. Are you starting to see a pattern here? Support. Okay. We're going to soak the hand in water. Whatever we wash, we
Rinse.
whatever we rinse, we dry. When we take the hand out of the basin, where do we want to put it? Directly on the table? On a towel. Very good. What part of the orange stick do we use to clean under the nails?
It's a flat side.
The flat side, slanted side. And what are we going to do to that orange stick in between nails? Okay, wipe it off. When we use the emery board, we file in what direction? Toward the center. One direction toward the center. And then we apply lotion first or last? Last. Very good. All right. When we change an occupied bed, the patient must be on their back or on their side? Side. On the edge of the bed or in the middle? In the middle. What rolls toward me?
The patient. I mean,
Dirty. Clean.
Clean rolls.
Clean rolls toward me. What rolls away? Dirty rolls away. We're going to remain behind the patient's behind. What do I not want under the patient when I'm putting the sheet on?
The mattress.
Okay, no bare mattress. You're right. And I don't have that, but yes, you're right. We don't want them on the bare mattress, but somebody else said wrinkles. Yep. Smooth that sheet out. Very good. We want to make hospital corners. Once we make hospital corners, I need to loosen the sheet over the feet or toes. And we want to replace the pillowcase with the opening facing away from the door.
We were trying, I think it was last Wednesday. Are we gonna be grading on that corner when we make
You're
the
not
bed?
grading on hospital corners. They don't have to be neat.
Okay.
They don't have to be military grade, but you don't want the edges of the sheet to touch the floor. Remember, our rule is nothing touches the floor, no linens touch the floor. So that's the whole purpose of a hospital corner, is to get the corner under the mattress. So it doesn't have to look like that.
All right.
Okay, it doesn't have to be nice and neat and military, but you do want to get the corners off the floor.
Will we have a draw sheet all the time in the bed? What to maybe scoop a patient that you don't have the strength to move him, or
Yeah, we
need
were
to
trying
put
that
it
We were
on?
trying to
It
do
was
that
very
one.
difficult to-
Yes.
Okay, so again, I cannot give you one answer. So you use the word, will you always? No, you're not always going to have anything, right? Because it depends on the needs of the patient. If a patient can get out of bed on their own, we don't need a draw sheet. If they can move around in bed on their own, we don't need a draw sheet. And a draw sheet adds an additional bump or area of pressure, an additional wrinkle. Okay. So we don't use draw sheets if we don't need to. So will we always have? No. If you have a patient that has limited mobility, then the nurse is going to put something in place. It could be a draw sheet. It could be, we use the segment method. It could be a slide sheet. There's a lot of different methods that we have. You would go by whatever the nurse recommends for that patient. So let me give you an example. If we have somebody with 3rd-degree burns on their back, we do not want to slide them
Yeah.
because that's shearing, right? It's friction. A draw sheet might be a better option because it keeps all of their skin in one place while we're moving them. So in that case, a draw sheet might be an awesome opportunity. However, if we have somebody with compression fractures in their spine, they have severe osteoporosis, they have compression fractures, that sling could, pushing everything together can actually cause nerve impairment, shifting of those bones. So that may not be the right thing for that, for that patient. So again, we have to rely on the expertise of the nurse.
What other options do they have to move somebody that's got that compression spine thing? What might the nurse recommend you do?
Every situation is going to be different. I may use a backboard to keep everything
So you'd have to put them on their side a little bit to get the backboard underneath them.
right. But again, this is going to require training
Right.
on that patient.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm going to back up just a little bit. When you said an assisted living place, there could be a person there that needs total care. So what does that look like? I mean, that might be a person like that's got compression fractures that we'd have to learn how to do a board at an assisted living place, or is that more somebody that would be in a nursing home if they've got that type of problem?
You are
That
getting
varies.
way into the weeds.
Okay. So that varies. Okay. But it's really difficult. There's so many. Yeah, I guess it can be because people are different.
It's not cut and dried because you're going, all of you guys are completely different, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't assume that any of our patients are going to be alike.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying it depends.
Right.
Okay. But remember, anything you do for yourself
Right.
is not a nursing skill.
Right.
Bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding, toileting. Those are not nursing skills.
Right.
So you can have a patient in bed that is immobile, that we bathe and dress and groom and help with toileting, could be incontinent care, and that they're still perfectly appropriate for an assisted living because there's nothing nursing going on there.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But it's not up to you to figure out if that patient is appropriate.
Right.
It's up to administration.
Right. See, that's what I didn't know if the facilities had, like, if some assisted living place said, no, we can't take care of them here because they require too much care. I don't know how they.
That's based on the facility.
Okay. It all varies according to how the facility does it.
Everything varies.
Okay.
You're looking
Gotcha.
for black and white answers,
And they're not.
and
there.
they're not there. But I
Okay.
want you to remember that that's not your job.
No, I wouldn't say it was. I was just trying to think about, because when I helped that elderly lady, some of the people that would come in would say, well, now she needs to go to a nursing home. If she starts out in assisted living, and they're going to want her to move out and move to a nursing home. So she should start out in a nursing home so that way she doesn't have to move. So that's why I was thinking there must be some general rules that say whether you can live in assisted living or not, or whether you have to start out in a nursing home, because if you need so much total care. That's why in my own head I was trying to figure it out, because they would say those comments to me.
Right. But you have to remember that the people that are saying the comments are individuals with opinions.
Right, right,
And those opinions may not necessarily be based
Right.
on fact.
right, right.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's not appropriate for a nursing home unless she needs nursing care. They're not going to let her in based on the fact that she might need nursing care later.
Okay,
She has to need nursing care now
okay. That makes sense.
to be in a nursing home.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Because the family is trying to prevent not so many moves for her sake. So we're thinking, well, but that's a whole other story. So
Yeah. So again, everything is individual.
okay,
Okay. And the people that are expressing opinions may not have the information
right,
that they need
right,
to form a good opinion.
right.
Okay.
So if you have to use one of those, a transfer device, is the nurse going to help you put it on, or what's that situation? Like if we need, because we were trying to figure out the moving sheet thing.
Okay. So if you're using a draw sheet, the best time to put it on is when nobody's in the bed.
Okay.
Okay. If you need to use a draw sheet,
Mm-hmm.
okay, 1 second, prophetess. If you need to use a draw sheet, then you would do it just like you put a bottom sheet on the bed.
Okay.
Okay. Put it on, kind of lay it over, roll it towards you, put it, have them scoot towards you, roll on
So
their
kind
side.
of like how you're doing your making the bed with
Right.
the patient.
Right.
Because we were trying to figure that out.
Yeah, you would use the exact same process. Whether you're changing a chucks under them, whether you're putting a sheet under them, whether you're putting a draw sheet under them, the process is exactly the same.
What is the name of we have draw sheet, and what is the other one that you said is easier to?
Oh, a slide sheet.
Slide sheet.
Yeah, slide sheet, slip sheet. They're different people call them different things, but
The
slide sheet.
material is
Yeah.
different, and the other one. Is
Yeah,
easier to-
it's really slippery without being wet.
So a chuck is different, and then that's got the absorbent side on one side.
A
and
barrier
plastic.
is a chuck. Yes.
Okay, but that's different than a draw sheet. A draw sheet is just like a regular sheet.
Right.
Okay, you probably have those here, so
It's just a flat sheet. If I took that sheet, folded it in half,
Mhm.
long ways,
right.
and put it on the bed,
Mhm.
that would be a draw sheet.
Okay.
That cleared up so much.
Yep, that thing.
All right. So prophetess says, good morning. On testing day, do you do the skills first or written? And the answer to that is it depends on what the evaluator needs. So if remember that you have to retake only the portion that you failed. Okay. So if you go take the test on testing day and you fail the written and you come back and to retake the written 30 days later, then you're only there for the written test. In that case, if I've got 2 people that are there for the written test, I'm going to get the written done first so we can get those people tested and gone. They don't need to be here all day. If I don't have anybody there to retake the written, then I'm going to do the skills first and then the written after. So the evaluators have the latitude to be able to do either one first based on who's they're testing and what they're testing for. Tamika says, good morning, Miss Patty. I'm testing tomorrow. Please keep me in your prayer. We certainly will, Tamika. Great vibes out to you. All right. So, sideline position. We're going to scoot the patient toward you. The furthest arm goes up and the closest arm crosses the chest. The closest knee is bent with the foot on the bed and the furthest knee is angled out. And then we'll roll the patient to the center of the bed. We'll put the pillow behind the back in a roll, pillow between the legs, pillow under the upper arm, and then we will adjust the pillow under their head. We also want to put the call light in the bottom hand so that that cord does not stretch over.
And that would be only if the patient cannot roll on their own.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So in an exam, our patient will be
Well, that is an actual skill, sideline position. So this skill says the patient cannot roll.
Mhm.
So that's why we have to do this for this skill, because the patient cannot roll.
And-
But in making an occupied bed, the patient can roll and move as directed. Okay. Okay. Foot care, just like hand care, a little lower and nothing with the toenails. So we're going to put the foot in the basin to soak. We'll support it while we're moving it. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. No lotion between the toes. We're going to inspect all surfaces for wounds, sores, rashes, and red areas, and no bare feet on the floor. Replace the sock, removing wrinkles, and apply the shoe and secure it. Mouth care. Patient must be sitting fully upright. We'll protect the clothing. We'll wet the toothbrush before applying toothpaste. Brush all surfaces. Oops. Allow patient to rinse and spit. Leave the patient's mouth and clothing dry. Guys, that last one is probably the most missed checkpoint for this particular skill. For some reason, students forget to dry the patient's mouth off. So they sit there with toothpaste and water dripping off of them. Take a look at your patient, right? When you're testing, who's the focus supposed to be on? Your focus should be on the patient. Remember that. Your focus should be on the patient. So look at the patient while you're doing these skills. Do they look like they're in the middle of the bed? If they're looking too close to the edge, address it. Does the patient have a wet mouth? If they do, address it. Does the patient look good after you dress them? If they don't, address it, right? So your focus should be on the patient at all times. Unfortunately, during the test, we tend to get all wrapped up in ourselves and our steps. Remember, it should always be about the patient. All right. Respirations, always reported over 1 minute. Normal is 12 to 20. Don't tell the patient you're counting their breathing. Say start when starting, stop when stopping. In and out is counted as one full cycle. And of course, we document. Range of motion. CNAs do exercises to retain function. Remember, we're not trying to regain anything. So we'll lift the extremities from below with a flat palm. We're going to support the points of, or 2 points of support near the joints. Move slowly and smoothly. Return all the way to the start position. Flexion extension is up, down. Abduction, adduction is side to side. Rotation is around. All right. Wow. We went over a lot today. We haven't even started.
No, look out.
All right. So, what do we got going on here? Angel asks, where do we get the water from? The faucet. You'll use a paper towel to turn the faucet on. Check the water with the inside of your wrist. It should feel warm. Once you get water in the basin, you'll turn the faucet off with a paper towel and let the patient check the water temperature. All right, so let's learn range of motion, hip, knee, and ankle, and then we'll take our break. Does that sound okay?
So page 80.
Page 80. All right. So as you can see, we know everything we need to know to do this skill. We know to follow the care plan. We know to do the opening. We know to evaluate if we need gloves, and we know to do the closing. Nothing new to learn. We also know all about range of motion as well. So really what we need to do is read this care plan and then follow the directions. Okay. Care plan, top page 81, tells us to provide the following range of motion to the resident's right hip, knee, and ankle, flexion, extension. Provide 3 repetitions of each exercise. The resident is not able to help with the exercises. So, hip, knee, and ankle, up and down. That's what we're doing here. Hip, knee, and ankle, up and down. Hip is 2-for-1 exercise, though. So when you bend the hip, we also want to bend the knee. So it kind of looks like the patient is climbing upstairs. We do not want to do a straight leg raise, and I'm going to show you why in a minute. But if you look at this, you can see both the hip and the knee are bent during this one exercise. Okay? The reason that you don't want to do a straight leg raise like this should be avoided, guys. And it's all because of the nerves in the back of your legs. Those nerves come from your back, okay? It's called the sacroiliac nerve that comes down. It's a large nerve, but it's already tight when when your leg is straight, right? When we try to raise that leg up, it puts pressure, it pulls on that nerve. And we get less bendy as we get older. So when you do this, when you do a straight leg raise, it can actually affect that nerve and cause a lot of pain in the lower back going down the thigh. And we don't ever do this unless you're told specifically to do so. So I want it to look like this. We're going to bend the knee at the same time. That keeps that nerve from being stretched tight. Good. Ankle, we're just going to bend it forward and back, but we don't want that heel on the bed when we do that because that scrapes the heel along the sheet and it can cause that skin to tear. So we want to lift the foot off of the bed at the ankle before we bend it forward and back. So all we have to do is follow the care plan here. We're going to move the hip up and down 3 times. We're going to move the ankle up and down 3 times while lifting it off the bed. Put an opening in front of it. Put a closing behind it. That's the whole skill. Remember, our care plan is going to tell us which body part, what exercises, and the number of repetitions. So for this skill, we're going to start with our opening. We'll evaluate if we need gloves. If my patient is fully clothed and holding onto all of their own body fluids, I don't need gloves. If my patient is pretty much bare down there, I'm going to put some gloves on. Okay. So it depends on the situation. Good. We're always going to support from below. We'll move slowly and smoothly all the way to start. Remember, flexion is up, down. And we're going to ask about pain. We'll do all of our closing before we end this skill. So let me show you this one. This doesn't take long to demonstrate. It's like a 2-minute skill. If you look at the bottom of page 80, you'll see that somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this in 4 minutes or less. Sound good? All right. Oh, it's not up there. Okay. All right, so I can't show you the video. Let me do this live. I need a volunteer. Somebody come lay down in this bed for me.
Jessica, she's always willing to volunteer.
She likes that bed.
Yeah, she likes that bed.
She gets to sleep.
Caitlin's
Shucks.
got it. Caitlin's got it. The only reason that I want, oh no, that's ambulate. The only reason I wanted to show you the video, I'll show it to you live. It's not a problem, but you won't be able to see good close-ups.
Mm-hmm.
So if I show it to you live, will you guys go back and watch the video later?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right, come on over.
Is it just called range of motion video?
Yeah, it's in the online course. It's on my website. They're everywhere.
Okay.
YouTube.
All right, we got it.
Okay, so here we go. I will simulate hand washing for the sake of time. Okay. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am fantastic. I need to do some exercises on your right leg. Is that okay? Let me just close your curtain. I'm going to go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. I have clean hands. All right, Miss Jones, I'm going to do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort as we do this, okay? Now, I could raise the entire bed up if I wanted to, so I don't have to bend, but I'm short and I don't really doesn't need that. But you can raise the bed up if you need to. What do we need to do, though, if we raise the bed?
Lower
When?
at the end of this.
At the end of the skill. All right. So I'm going to bend your knee to your chest like you're walking upstairs and back to the bed. Just let me know if you have any pain, okay? Can you guys see? All right. So one hand under the knee, one hand under the heel, and we bend up and all the way back down. Feel okay? One, up and all the way back down. Feel okay? Two, up and all the way back down. Good? Three. Okay. Now I'm going to work on the ankle. I'm going to lift your foot off the bed just a little bit, bend the foot forward like you're stepping on the gas pedal, and then back to the head, okay? So I'm going to lift from below. Just relax for me. I'm going to bend the foot forward and back 1. Feel okay? Forward and back 2. Good. Forward and back 3. Good. Any pain? Okay. Here's your call light. If you need anything at all, press that red button. Can I get anything else for you while I'm here? No? Are you comfortable? Good. Thank you so much. And I'm going to open the curtain. If you need anything at all, just give me a call. After I open the curtain, wash my hands, think about the steps of my skill. I probably would read that care plan one more time just to make sure that I did everything correctly. I did my exercises on the right leg. I did flexion extension on the hip and knee, flexion extension on the ankle. I asked about pain. I'm happy with my skill. I'm not going to make any corrections. So my skill is done. Thank you.
When you do the exercise with the knee, you're automatically exercising the hip.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The hip and knee count as one. Okay. And the video has good close-ups of that. So you'll be able to see, there we go. So you'll be able to see it from a different angle, especially for you guys over here. It might have been a little difficult for you to see.
Now the care plan would always say how many repetitions to do.
Right. The care plan is going to, that's your recipe.
Okay.
Okay. So think of a recipe. If you've got a recipe that says chicken stock, flour. Well, how much?
Right.
Are we talking about 14 pounds of chicken or 1 cup of flour? You know, I mean, you have to have measurements, right? So this is going to tell you how many repetitions.
For the elbow and wrist, would it be the similar type of movements?
Right. And we're going to do that at the end of today because I know we did not get to elbow and wrist. So we're going to go back and do that after I get through today's lesson. It might be Wednesday, depending on time, because we kind of got, we're a little behind on time today. So it may be on Wednesday. All right, go ahead and take your break. Come back in 15 minutes.
So about 10.
And I'm going to, hold on, I'll tell you. So this is 41. Okay, so. There we go. Okay, so it'll be about 6 after.
Okay.
Are you guys selling coffee yet?
Not yet. I
Doesn't have time
know.
to work on that project.
All right.
I think you be careful, your shoe.
I think you have to tie it, right? Jeanette, for your background check, I wonder if you would be able to log in to the same place that you had it done and ask them to send to.
Well, I tried that. I
didn't
actually
work.
have it. That's why when she said that we don't have access to it, they gave it to me. I walked out of the place with it. I have it.
The result
I
or
I
a
must say-
receipt?
It's both actually.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, in the back of it tells you all the fees, but in the front of it, it has my number and my fingerprint.
Interesting.
And then I tried to see if I can find it yesterday. The page couldn't be found. So my question, what I was trying to get at is if there was a section in the application where I can put that number in. Because I don't want to go pay for a background I already have that I can use. I mean,
Right.
you know, I paid $100 for my background
And
I
how long
still-
ago was that?
in 21, and it's good for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if I have to do it, I do it, but I have it. I just don't understand how she said we can't have access to it, and I got, look, I'm sure I have it.
Maybe you could call them and ask.
So it has
How'd
my
you do that?
fingerprint and it has my number.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't understand.
Is there a tracking number on it? Is there any number that they can track it?
Where's the T? It says TNC number. Anybody know what that means?
No, but let's
TNC?
Google it and see what it means.
Yeah.
It says it's a TNC number and it has my fingerprint.
Google it might give them more information as to what it means.
Yeah.
So then you could either call and give them whatever information.
If I were you, I would still, I know you don't wanna pay it, just go pay it. It's a couple years later, with as much transition as we had during that COVID time, like, you might just wanna just
Do it over.
Do it
just
again.
do it over $75, no big deal. I mean, it is a big deal. I had to borrow money. But like when I went for my current job to get my fingerprinting done, and I asked them what that would cover if I would get a badge. They said no, it's just a level 2, just for ACA. And then she had a list, and there was like 10 different subsections of things that you fingerprint for, and each one's different. So I'm like, because I asked her, I'm like, well, I'm getting my level 2 done here. Can I just transfer it here if I decide to move into, whatever this is? She said, no. Each category pulls from a different subset, which is what I think Miss Patty was talking about. Like, if we're working as CNAs, we need to be level 2 for that medical section. And then say you want to become a counselor or you want to go work for DCF.
Yeah, mine
That's a separate one.
I think mine says medical on it
If you
too.
want to become a teacher or work in the school system, that's a separate level 2. Like, so there's so many level 2s. There's different ones. And you may have a level 2. You may be able to, go work in a hospital, but you might not have the one required for a nursing facility. They might not be able to have.
Well, this is why I got it, because I was working at a hospital and I was going to a facility. So I was working for the labor and delivery, and then from there I was going to do I was in a nursing home.
Mhm.
So
It just,
I'm not paying for it. My job is paying for it.
Right.
They're paying for all of this, but I just feel bad that they know I have it, and they're gonna.
they don't feel bad.
I feel bad
But
because
you
they're
shouldn't.
paying for it.
You shouldn't. They're not really paying for it. You're paying for it. They're gonna take it out of your check
No,
in increments.
no, they're not. This was a
What?
gift from my provider, the provider I work for,
Nice. Are they hiring?
which is why I feel bad. Which is why I feel bad, and if I don't pass, it makes it even worse because they're so Team Jeanette right now that
Where are you working?
I work for Balanced Wellbeing Psychiatry.
Okay.
Yeah, so I work for multiple. I work in Brooksville, I work in Nacanto, I work in Day City, and I work in Newport Richey. I have different facilities every day of the week.
That's good.
Yeah, so.
Give them a call.
Huh?
Give them a call and ask if how to use that same background check.
Yeah, I mean, I just found it because, like I said, once I had to look for it. It was 3 years ago when I first did it. I have 2 more years on it, I think, or 2 years. So I mean, I'll do it. It's no big thing. I just thought I should try to see if I can connect it. The number I do.
Then I think you probably have to call Prometric. like the number she gave you for the Prometric? Do you
Yeah,
have it still?
the phone number?
Yeah.
I think
It's on the
it's
paper.
on the paper, right, the application, yeah, I have it.
Not only that, is also time too, because you're gonna have to schedule to go there, so also your time and gas to do that.
Yeah,
It just depends, I guess, how fast you wanna knock out the test.
But
And she makes it seem like we need to be registered and get it done now so that we don't get locked in with like the big.
yeah,
I don't think we have such a big problem with it. I think the next class is going to because
Oh, yeah.
I mean high schools don't get out of school until May.
May 24th.
Yeah, but
We
we
still
still all
have
of
a
their.
month to get through.
But do you remember before you graduate? Like I remember, and that was years ago when I
She did
graduated.
say that you have to get all your tests
You
done
got, you
before
get you
graduate.
get all of your stuff, your transfers, like your
Yeah.
counselors start pulling that stuff like months before graduation. To make sure you got all your electives line, like
Yeah.
everything documented. Yeah, right here, I see the Prometric phone number.
it's there on the bottom, okay,
Just call.
yeah, I'm gonna call them and see.
See if they can
But
find it.
if you
before
haven't,
send in
have
the
you registered,
application.
have you registered for the test?
No,
So you call them, you'll probably, like, if they answer, they're gonna say, well, have you registered?
I should register first.
Yeah, they're not gonna be like, oh yeah, we'll see if it's available, but you haven't registered, that's what I think she should just go get it done. I registered last night and I have an email confirming the registration, but when I try and go back in, it doesn't recognize me. That's why I wanted to know because when you look here, like, and I watched her YouTubes over again, granted it was like 1 a.m, but I was expecting to see something like this, where I can click on, can you find my background check? I didn't. So I just scheduled another one for today.
also, she said that in the application, it would say that application complete and background check found. So if it's not found, it won't be
Yeah, and
found.
then I had asked her last Wednesday, I was like, well, if we don't do the background check before and then it comes back as not found, is it gonna take longer to register for the class and do the test? And she said, yeah.
Yeah.
So if there's any chance at all that they might not find it,
Yeah, I
It's
should
not
just
worth
have
it
it,
to me.
yeah,
that's why I was like, alright, well, I'm just gonna have it done then.
Yeah, I'm all for the easiest thing.
Yeah. Especially making it easy on them.
It helped when she explained it, like all those different filing cabinets, and I'm like, wow, no wonder it would be like finding a needle in a haystack.
Yeah. They should make a way where like they can like search your name and it just immediately pops up.
That's what you need, like one main database.
Yeah.
And they voted that out.
Mhm.
Yeah. You're eating healthy over there, Jessica. Way to go.
I don't feel good.
You know,
I'll eat lighter when I don't feel good, so my immune system has a better chance.
yeah, I'm sorry. Hope you get feeling better.
Damn kids.
Did you have a good Easter though? Maybe you weren't feeling good to
It
enjoy
was
it.
awkward. My
Yeah.
kids ditched my ass for Easter. They were all like, we want to spend the night at our friends' houses. So yeah, they came.
What?
They left Saturday.
Oh
They
no.
stayed Saturday night. They stayed gone almost. They didn't come back till about 5:30 on Sunday.
And you wanted to do an Easter egg hunt with them
Oh,
and
I watched
everything.
The Resident and I cooked all day Sunday. Like I had a great time. It was a quiet house. I was
So you
watching
did have a good.
Resident.
You're serious. You had a good day.
Yeah. I mean, it was just boring and awkward. It was so quiet.
Yeah, it was too quiet, right?
My mother-in-law walked in. She's like, "Where's everybody?" I'm like, "I know, right? It's so peaceful." She's like, "But I have Easter eggs. I want to do it with the kids." And I'm like,
They're not here.
"They'll be home later."
Yeah, they'll be home later.
But no, I just cooked and I watched The Resident.
What season are you on in The Resident? I like the
I
Resident.
finished at 6.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you guys
They should've
recommend The
done
Resident?
something. They
I've never
really
even
should've
seen
kept
that.
it going, like,
Yeah.
What's The
I'm
Resident
on
about?
season 3.
it's like a Grey's Anatomy type
I was
thing,
gonna say, it's
but not
like-
everybody's sleeping with each other.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what's up with that?
Because it has more like action.
It's
It's more.
Did you ever watch that? What was it called? Downton Abbey or something like that? Downton Abbey. Did you ever
Down
see
in
that?
Downton Abbey, the
Yeah,
midwives?
yeah.
No.
Downton
Okay,
Abbey.
I saw it.
I don't know. That was midwives. I think it's
I've
called those
seen-
series.
That was my second time watching The Resident. I like to watch series that I'm familiar with, and I've
Yeah.
watched Grey's Anatomy all 22 seasons, like
Wow.
5, 6 times.
You got it all memorized.
I can hear it and not be seeing it and picture what's happening.
You can hear that voice in your head.
That's
Just like
why
she
I'm with
said.
Grey's Anatomy.
Yeah.
So you like it too? You
Yeah, I
recommend
like
it?
I like
Yeah,
it.
the Resident's good.
I
I'll have to-
started
I'll have to
watching
look it
Grey's
up.
Anatomy. I saw a few seasons, but then I stopped. I'm like, ugh. And then I
Hey,
saw that the
The
Resident
first
came
few
on.
seasons they're okay, but the further like the middle section of the
Mhm.
seasons are the best ones.
Yeah.
So we have to get to the middle
So I have
section.
to
Forget
get
the
to
first
the
part.
One of the main
But towards
characters.
the end though, they're crap.
Oh, go
one
to
of-
the middle
and one of-
section
Because
then.
one of the main characters dies, and it's all downhill.
And then they
Mm.
bring in COVID and they bring in new
Yeah, they bring in new doctors and
yeah.
they try and like do subsects of people that mean nothing to the series. Like,
Yeah. So it
it's
doesn't.
not good.
No.
Well, I watched Good Doctor.
The
And
Good
it's
Doctor
pretty
is
cool.
good. That
Is it?
The Good Doctor
You recommend
is
that?
good
I'll
one.
have to check that out. Good doctor. I'm missing out on all this fun.
The Resident, I like it a lot.
Do you?
And
The
you know,
Resident?
it's funny because when you're like a medical drama guru, you're like you recognize like a lot of this, like the terms that we're reading for our homework. I'm like, oh, I know what that is because so and so said it.
You learn from those things.
You do.
Yeah, especially when you watch
Yeah.
them.
But are they the
7,
right
8
things to be
times.
learning?
Well,
I-
unfortunately, there are some things that are not correct.
I call like I've seen like a couple things. I'm like that doesn't seem quite accurate. And like I'll call one of my nursing friends. They're like, yeah, no, that's completely unreal.
Yeah, right.
That's completely not true, Jessica.
Okay, Patty, which ones do you watch? You're talking about these series they watch. Is The Resident and Grey's Anatomy.
I honestly don't watch a whole lot of TV.
You're too busy.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
don't.
be a good old person. I will sit.
She's already got that skill down.
Yeah, I don't watch. I used to watch years and years ago. I got into ER when it was, in the 90s when it was good. But I kind of I got bored with all the drama part of it.
Well, you were kind of in the medical field, right? So
Well, I would yell at the TV all the time. That's not how that's done.
Your husband is
Oh yes,
right?
he got tired of watching stuff like that with me. I do on occasion, or I used to. I haven't watched it in a couple of years, like My 600-Pound Life and those types of shows.
Yeah.
But I don't watch The Resident. I don't watch The Good Doctor.
What?
I've caught one or two episodes here or there, or just parts of episodes, and yeah. And again, I find some things are done very well, but I find exceptions on other things. The real problem is that, especially The Good Doctor, I will point out, most of those storylines on the episodes of The Good Doctor deal with moral ambiguities, not necessarily medical principles. It's more moral ambiguities. And you have to remember that what the solution they come up for that particular episode is not going to apply to anyone else because everybody's an individual. So when you're watching these medical dramas, the focus is on the drama, not so much the medical part. So kind of keep that in mind, when you're watching those shows. And there are way more moral ambiguities in medicine than any other profession.
And what do you mean by ambiguities?
crossing the line
sure.
issues.
No clear-cut path. There's
Okay.
no
There's a
law
lot of
that
gray.
says it's all gray.
Okay.
It is
Gotcha.
all gray.
Gotcha.
Because there's no law that says, okay, in this situation, you have to do this. In this situation, we do this. Because there's so many variables that are outside of your ability to regulate.
Right.
Okay.
Mhm.
So that's where I have an issue with legalities intruding into medical, because
Yes.
when you have a hard and fast legal rule, it's not taking into consideration any outside factors.
Yes.
So I tend to have a problem with legislation on medical processes and procedures. And I'm not going to get into it beyond that. I don't believe that. I have a hard time thinking that the government knows what's right for me in every situation anyway, but definitely when it comes to my medical.
Right. Mhm.
So I don't think that they belong.
Well, I don't mean to take it with this, but I'm thinking about insurance companies because they regulate how long a patient stays in the hospital.
Sure, absolutely.
Why is that? I mean, I don't know why we let insurance companies get so powerful.
We don't let them. The lobbyists.
The lobbyists let them. So we're the
Sure.
ones that got to get those laws changed because that's ridiculous. An insurance company tells me Because it gets back to what you're saying. We're talking about an individual here.
Right.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll just stop it there.
Yeah. Corporations do not have your best interests at heart.
They do not.
And corporations pay lobbyists. Lobbyists pay legislators. Therefore, nobody is standing up there for you.
That's true. You
Nobody.
gotta stand for yourself.
No, well, but you can't.
Yeah.
You
You
can't.
can't fight them.
No. No, and until that changes in America, and I don't see it changing
No.
ever,
No.
our interests are never going to be represented.
So we need to be our own advocate, right?
You-
Much as we can.
You do, but again, you can't fight against the insurance
No,
company.
you can't.
You have no power. That's the thing. The individual has no power.
Right. You know, but I did tell my mom, I said, if you have to go to the hospital, Mom, I'm coming and I come with a notebook. Because I said, you have to have an advocate when you are in a situation like that. I've
You
seen
do.
so many cases.
But and you're right. You do have to have an advocate. The problem is that advocate has no power.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah.
You can advocate, yes, but you have no power. And that's just the reality of our medical system.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I have a lot more to say on that, but not here.
Right. Gotcha.
Not here. All right, so let's learn about dentures. Page 96. Oh. All right, so when you look at this, there are no new principles for us to learn. We know skill rules. We know the opening. We know glove rules. We know the barrier. We know linen rules. We know basin cleaning, and we know the closing. So there's nothing new for us to learn here as far as principles. But we do need to learn denture-specific concepts. Need some gloves. Oops. Okay. So we're going to learn the skill-specific information here. And if you look on page 97, you'll see step-by-step instructions on how to perform this skill. There's 37 steps to this skill. Care plan is at the top of the page. Our care plan tells us a resident with dentures is sitting at an overbed table with their dentures in a denture cup. I am sitting at an overbed table with my dentures in a denture cup. It tells us the resident's denture needs to be brushed with toothpaste and the resident needs mouth care. A denture is stored in the denture cup after cleaning. The resident is not able to provide their own mouth or denture care. That's our care plan here. So when we are working with dentures, we're going to clean both the dentures and the mouth that they came out of. Okay. If you forget to clean the mouth, remember that dentures are held in with denture paste. That denture paste is stringy, gummy, sticky, and it's going to capture all the food particles that the patient ate. If we don't clean that off, that denture paste is going to hold those food particles right up against the gums. As those food particles decay, they're going to eat into the gums. I actually saw this happen. When I was in hospice, I was caring for a woman who was end-stage brain abscess. And what had happened was she was a dementia patient and she pocketed her food way up here. And the CNAs were not performing mouth care. They just decided they didn't want to. So she had all of this food pocketed up here for we don't know how long. We have no idea how long. And it decayed and it ate into her gum. And she had end-stage dementia. She was nonverbal and unable to tell people what was happening. It ate her gum up through the palate, up into the sinuses, and festered in there. And from the sinuses, it progressed into the brain and actually caused a brain abscess. And that is what ultimately killed her. So failure to clean her mouth was what killed this woman. This is how serious this is, people. I understand that it's a bit icky to brush somebody else's teeth. I get it. I understand that. But that doesn't mean it doesn't need to be done. And if you're not willing to do the icky things the patient can't do for themselves, you don't belong in this business. It's that simple. And I'll be the first one to tell you, they're hiring at Walmart. They're hiring at Lowe's. Please go apply there. You don't belong here if you're not going to provide the very best care to the patients. That set me off because this woman did not need to die because somebody was lazy. That's horrible. So when we're cleaning dentures, we have to remember that's only half of the equation. We have to clean the mouth those dentures came out of. Now, there's 3 different types of dentures that you can see. So I want to go over those with you. Anytime we touch dentures, we need gloves on, body fluids. So let me put my gloves on and I'm going to show you a couple of different types of dentures. So the first kind we're going to talk about is what you probably think of when you think of dentures, and that's this. This is what we call a full plate. It's a little drippy. This is what we call a full plate. All of the teeth have been replaced. Okay, this is a top denture because it's got a palate. That's what fits up against the roof of your mouth. So this is a full plate of dentures. All of the teeth have been replaced. This is what most of us think of when we think about dentures, right? A full plate. But not all dentures are going to be full plates. That's because we don't pull teeth if they don't need to be pulled. So if the patient still has some viable teeth left, we're not going to give them a full plate. We're not going to pull all of their teeth. We're just going to pull the ones that need to be pulled, and we're going to replace those that need to be replaced. So then you end up with something that looks like this. This is a partial. That's what it's called, a partial. You can see that some teeth are replaced. Others have a cutout to go around the natural teeth. So this is a partial. This is a bottom plate. Okay, because it's a horseshoe shaped and it has a cutout for the tongue. A top plate will have a palate built in. A bottom plate has a cutout horseshoe. Now, some current dentures don't have the top palate. Some top pieces are looking a little bit more like this. They're always, improving and new techniques and things like that. But most dentures, if you see the palate, it's a top. Okay. Partials usually have some sort of a hook or wire, and this is what's going to fit over the current teeth, the natural teeth, to hold it in place. Okay. Now, sometimes you'll see little pieces of denture, like the one that you see on the bottom there, and that's called a bridge. That's just going to replace a few teeth. Most bridges now in younger people are implanted. So there's a post that's put in place, it snaps onto the post and it stays there. A lot of bridges now are what we call non-removable. So again, technology changes, new techniques, but you'll have some older people with older style bridges, pieces of dentures like this. We want to make sure if the patient has dentures that they have them during meal times. Okay.
Are we allowed to take out?
We're going to talk about that right now. So, everybody okay with that? Got it? So, denture care involves both the dentures and the mouth. And dentures can be full plates, partials, or bridges. So, during meal times, you want to make sure that the dentures are within reach and clean and available for use so the patient can eat appropriately. But patients need to be able to put their own dentures in and they need to be able to take their own dentures out. CNAs do not do that. We do not put dentures in. We do not take dentures out. And there's two very, very good reasons for this. The first reason is that when you try to take dentures out, you risk dislocating the lower jaw. It's very easy to do, way easier than you think. And that's because if I have dentures on my lower jaw here, I have to put my fingers all the way in the back at the angle of the jaw and pop those dentures up and forward to get them out. Now, myself, the leverage that I use is very natural because it's my fingers. I'm going in this way to pop them up. I'll never put enough pressure on my lower jaw to dislocate it because it's a very natural action. But if I put my hand in your mouth to pop those dentures up and to get way back here at that angle, in order to have leverage to pop up, these knuckles right here, these two knuckles have to press down on your jaw with the same amount of force to have leverage to pop up. Now, because those knuckles press downward as my fingers are going upward, it's very easy to dislocate your jaw.
So doesn't RN have to do it if it's a patient?
Oh, hold on one second.
Okay.
I'm going to get there. Okay. Let me lead you there slowly.
Okay.
Okay. So because of the risk of dislocating jaws, we do not take dentures out. We also don't put dentures in because in order to seat a denture, you have to bite down. And patients do that unconsciously. When you put a patient's denture into their mouth in order to get it to seat properly, they will always bite down. If your fingers are in the way, you will get bitten. And it's not that they're doing that on purpose. It's a reflexive action. They bite down to seat those dentures. They aren't paying attention to whether your hands are in there because your hands are generally not supposed to be there. So if patients have dentures, they have to be able to put them in or take them out. If they cannot do that, we don't use dentures. We puree their food. We chop it up very fine so that they don't have to chew. It's called a mechanical soft or pureed diet. Pureeing doesn't alter the taste. It alters the texture. Okay. So don't go mixing pureed foods together. Pureeing alters the texture, not the taste. You still feed them as they want to eat, but we don't use dentures for patients that cannot put their own in or take their own out.
I was going to ask a question, but you already
Okay.
answered.
Okay.
So the book is old, outdated, because I did remember it saying that we could remove it and put it in if trained and allowed to do so. So that is not.
In what you need to know for the test, CNAs do not take dentures out. You do not put them in. If your workplace deems that an appropriate action that they're willing to take responsibility for, that would be in your policy and procedure manual.
Now, does the kitchen puree their food, or that's something the CNA needs to do?
The kitchen does.
Okay.
That'll be part of their diet order.
Okay.
So part of the skill testing, when we're working with dentures, how are we being tested on that?
So if you go back to the care plan at the top of whatever page it is, I can't remember what page, 97. You go back to that care plan, it tells you your patient is sitting at a table, bedside table.
I'm sorry, no, that's not what I'm already said. Like, I'm talking about with when we're actually doing it and where I'm going to be testing someone, doing the skill testing on another person. This person has a full mouth, but pretending he doesn't.
That is the care plan for the test. Okay, so that's why I want to go back to that care plan real quick because it's actually relevant to what you're asking.
Okay.
So during the test, this is the care plan you're going to get. Your patient is sitting at a table with their dentures in a denture cup. Okay. So it also tells you, if you keep going in that care plan, that after cleaning, the dentures will be stored in a denture cup. So again, we're not putting dentures in and we're not taking them out. The patient has already removed them and put them in the cup. We're going to clean them. We're going to put them back in the cup with clean water to store them for the patient to use later. And we're going to do mouth care.
We're actually doing that.
We're really going to do mouth care.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm still going to get there. I haven't got there yet. But yes, for the test, they are grading us on cleaning the dentures and cleaning the mouth the dentures came out of. Okay. And our care plan actually tells us that. It says the denture needs to be cleaned with toothpaste. Okay. All right. So this Jazz says, I'm already certified, but I'm still learning things from your class that I did not learn. Your teaching method is 1 in a million. Oh, thank you, Jazz. I appreciate that. And thanks for tuning in. All right. So this skill requires 2 sets of gloves. We're going to use 1 set for the dentures, and then we're going to use another set for the mouth. And that's because once we've, cleaned those dentures, those gloves are not clean. Would you want those gloves in your mouth?
No.
No. We need a clean set when we're cleaning the mouth. Okay. Huh? Now, a lot of students ask at this point, well, couldn't you do the mouth care first? Can you clean the mouth first? And yes, you can. There's nothing wrong with that. But remember, I'm all about economy of movement, right? I'm all about time management. And the things that I train you to do are done in a certain way to help protect your time, because you're going to have way more things to do than you actually have time to do. If you clean the mouth first, the patient spits into the basin, which means we have to clean the basin, right? Now we're going to use that basin to hold our denture brush when we go over to the sink. So we need a clean basin for that. But then after cleaning the dentures, then you would have to clean the basin again. So if you do mouth care first, you have to clean twice. And that's just a little extra time that you really don't want to spend. So if you do the dentures first and then mouth care, it cuts the time of this skill. Okay. So good? Good.
What's the time? Because it's wasting an extra pair of gloves. So can you just wash your gloves with soap and water?
No, we don't reuse gloves. Yeah, I know that's a common question as well. No, we'll sacrifice and use the second set of gloves. Yeah. Okay, so our care plan specifically tells us the resident denture needs to be brushed with toothpaste. Okay. Now, there's 2 ways to clean dentures. One of them is to brush the dentures with toothpaste. Yes. The other one is to use those fizzy tablets. Which method are we going to use for this patient? Whatever the care plan says. In this case, care plan tells us toothpaste. When you go to work, your patients will have a preference. Some patients will want their dentures cleaned with toothpaste. Other patients will want us to use the fizzy tablets, and let me explain the difference between them. The fizzy tablets do a really good job at breaking down the proteins that hold food particles against the dentures. Okay. They do a good job, but it's not the same feeling as freshly brushed with toothpaste, not as minty fresh, right? Think about how your teeth feel right after you brush them. So the fizzy tablets are good, but some people want an extra step. They want a little bit more. The problem is when we use toothpaste, these dentures are not made out of real teeth. They're made out of acrylic, a polymer, something artificial. And those resins or polymers can be affected and scratched by the abrasive pieces in toothpaste. And it causes micro cracks to form. And you can actually see on this one, if you look at it really, really closely, you can see some of those micro cracks actually in the surface of the dentures. So it reduces the lifespan of the dentures, but it also provides areas that are warm, dark, and moist. So pathogens can easily breed. So a lot of denture care specialists, those that make dentures, they advise do not use toothpaste. Use the fizzy tablets and just a soft brush if you need it.
So the toothpaste was used for dentures.
Right.
That's not so harsh on them.
Right.
Or maybe a toothbrush
So how would we know what your patient's preference is?
The care plan.
The care plan, or ask them. If we're in home care and there is no care plan, we're going to ask. If we're in a facility, hopefully the nurse has done their job and asked, and we have specific directions to go by. Does that make sense? Good.
Or make a tablet that does what toothpaste does.
Yeah, and some of them do. Some of the newer tablets have come out. They do a really, really good job. I mean, sparkling fresh. Believe it or not, those Denture tablets, if you want your toilet sparkling clean,
Use them.
put Denture tablets in your toilet. Yep.
That's a good tip for the day.
That's in the tank of the toilet.
In the bowl. Yeah, in the bowl. Let it fizz up.
And it
And
won't hurt a septic tank system.
I don't know, but I know it cleans enamel really well.
Oh, that's good to
I
know.
mean, it
Really
wouldn't
well.
necessarily hurt because
Yeah,
it dissolves
clean the
in the
septic
water
tank
before
too.
you flush the toilet.
Right. And but
If
here
you think about it, you drop the tablet in the denture piece and it dissolves in there, but then eventually you pour that down
in
the
right
sink
down the
and it still
sink and
goes
to,
to the
yep.
septic tank.
Yep. So
Okay,
that's a good
true.
point.
That is a good point, dearest.
We're not allowed to put them in and take them out. What about the polygrip stuff? Are we allowed to put that on there?
Facility policy.
Okay.
Facility policy. I can't give you a direct answer to that because every place is going to handle that a little bit differently. The problem with the paste is that if you get too much, it oozes everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to get the dentures out because it's sticky and it kind of provides suction. So you get all of this extra paste, and the patient can actually choke on that because you can't get it out. It's really
Right.
so. Again, facility policy. I have seen all kinds of really crazy things. Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you this. This is one thing this is why we have to go over this. Okay. You would think that it's kind of self-explanatory. There's nothing in life that's self-explanatory. Nothing. So there was a situation where CNA in an assisted living facility who had no idea what dentures were or how to use them put a whole bunch of denture paste on. I mean, a whole bunch of denture paste on, and took a top plate, one with the palette on it, and tried to put it on the bottom and pushed it in and literally glued the patient's tongue down. And it really took a lot of work to try to get that up and out. And in the meantime, the patient was kind of choking on all of this denture paste that's going down their throat. And because they don't have a tongue to work it around, it was a really big deal. Yeah. So
You wrap your brain about putting that down, knowing that there is a tongue there. That would clearly tell you that is not for that part of the mouth, not for the bottom.
it is amazing some of the things that happen out there. I can't explain it. I can't. I have seen some things.
That you have.
Because you know how your mouth is
Things
shaped,
you wish you would have
automatically
seen.
you know that goes to the top.
So this is why we have to go over these things. This is why I tell you the things that I tell you, because somebody out there has done it differently, and I need to.
And that's, I guess, I shouldn't be afraid to tell that RN. I've never used polygrip myself. Show me how you want it, how much to put on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just
Absolutely.
talk to her and say, hey, I need some help with this.
Yeah, or the patient even. Hey, how much of this stuff do you use? And usually it's, some people even just use dots. Dots.
Oh.
3 dots.
3 dots.
3 dots. Or 4. But, again, I talk to my patients.
Yeah, that's
They're the best source of information. If they can talk to me, that's the best way to find out how they normally do things. If I'm there to help, and help isn't help if it doesn't help, I want to find out how do you normally do it. I'm just there to be your hands and feet.
Right.
What do you normally do here?
Right.
Let me help you.
Right.
But the way I help my grandma is going to be different than the way I help somebody else. And it's going to be different than the way I help you, because everybody has different preferences.
Yeah.
Make
Basically,
sense?
you're just teaching us right.
Yeah. Yeah. And don't try to glue their tongue down, please.
I don't even know how that person processed something like that.
Well, she wasn't, apparently. She wasn't even thinking. She wasn't.
But when you
Like,
look
how
at
do you
it,
think,
when
like,
you look at
this
it,
flat part should go over the tongue
Exactly.
so they
She
can
wasn't
use their tongue?
thinking.
Like,
You know
I
how-
don't understand how.
you know how your own mouth shape. Why do you think it is shaped different on the inside?
There's a lot of people that don't think so. They do things without thinking.
Yeah.
It gets back to what you said.
And a lot of people will do things thinking they should know how to do them when they don't.
Oh, and they're afraid to ask.
And they're
I
afraid to ask.
guess.
Yeah, I've got a story about that. Let's go through that really quickly. Since we're on the subject of don't fake it till you make it, okay?
That's a good.
Go to page, hold on. Please don't fake it till you make it. Where is it? 131. Page 131. We usually get to this toward the end of the program. But page 131, you will see a whole list of medical abbreviations. Everything that is highlighted in gray, 132. 131 is the lesson, 132 is the list. Everything highlighted in gray are, the darker gray are things that you need to know for the test. Let me make this super easy for you. Super easy. Everybody pay attention.
I thought I was doing good.
It's not nearly as hard as you think it is. Okay. Here's the key to understanding medical abbreviations. Don't try to make sense of it in English. It's not English. It is Latin. It is Latin. So I want you to look about 3/4 of the way down. You'll see NPO. Find NPO. Put a star next to it. Highlight it. Do something. NPO. This is not English. This is Latin. And that's because the language of medicine is Latin. 1,000,000 years ago, really only 400 years ago, when people were trying to learn about the medical body and medicine was coming into its own. Well, people in China and people in Germany and people in France and people in England were all making discoveries. And part of those discoveries needed to be communicated to other people. But somebody in France didn't know German. Somebody in Germany didn't know Chinese, right? So how do you communicate? All of these people learned a single language in university, and that language was Latin. So Latin is the language of science. Now, in America, we get all uppity when people don't talk English. Guys, English came along way later. Okay? Latin is the language of science. In America, we are very egocentric. We think everything should revolve around us. We are latecomers, guys. We are the teenagers of the universe. And just as arrogant as teenagers. So let me tell you a story about NPO. And this is why we don't fake it till we make it. And I swear this is true. I have a scrub shop next door. And I have people that shop with me from all over. And they all know I have this class. And one of them, we're going to call her Kathy. Names have been changed to protect the innocent. Kathy comes in and she was a nurse down at Tampa General. And I think it was Tampa General. Could have been over in Orlando. I can't remember which one, but it was teaching hospital. And she worked in the cardiac cath lab. She says, I've got a story for you. Let me tell you what happened this week. She says, you're not going to believe this. And she says, hand to God, it's true. Hand to God, it's true. And this is probably about 10 years ago. And I said, okay, I'm ready. She said, first case of the day, it's 4:45. I go up to the floor to get the patient. And the patient is sitting in bed eating. Oh, no. And I said, what are you doing? You can't eat. You have a heart cath. In like 15 minutes, I'm here to get you. And the guy says, yeah, I know. But the nurse said I had to eat this before I went. So she goes out and finds a nurse and says, why is the patient eating? They're scheduled for a heart cath. And the nurse says, I don't know. The student nurse is taking care of that patient today. So she goes and finds a student nurse. And this is the conversation as it was relayed to me. And I swear to God, this is the conversation. Kathy, why is the patient eating? Student, because the patient's NPO. Kathy, I know the patient's NPO. Why is the patient eating? Student, I went and got the tray myself. Kathy, what do you think NPO means? Student, bananas, pineapples, and oranges.
Oh no. Oh no.
Nanas isn't even a word. It's bananas. So this patient did not get their heart cath.
Done that day.
A surgeon was standing around with nothing to do, which makes them all kinds of happy, let me tell you.
Yeah.
Okay. This patient is now at risk because this is a medical procedure he needed to prevent a total cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
Okay. So a lot of things were affected here by one student who did not want to admit that they did not know what NPO meant and made something up.
Especially a word like
Yeah.
nanas,
Nanas.
because that would be on an official report.
Yeah. I know. Nanas.
Nanas.
Yes. And
Not
when
nanas.
asked, what was your thought process here? She said, well, I assumed because it's a procedure that their system needed to be cleaned out. What's the best way to clean out systems? Well, fruit. Yep. And Uncle Google is your friend, guys. At the very least, Uncle Google is your friend. Okay. At the very least, look it up. But she really had an ethical responsibility to say, I don't know what NPO means. However stupid that made her look, I don't care. She had an ethical responsibility to say, I don't know what this means. Can somebody please explain it? Instead, she went out of her way to make something up. Now, what do you think this student is going to do when she is a licensed professional? That is beyond frightening. This is why we don't fake it till we make it. Okay? Not in this industry, please. I'm going to be the body in the bed. Do not. Now, when you're looking at this list of medical abbreviations, I know your heart just kind of clenched on you. Oh my gosh, I got to learn all this. So let me make this super easy for you. Okay? NPO is Latin for nothing by mouth, nota per ora, but nothing by mouth. But let's go up to the top real quick because these are the ones, there's a whole lot at the top and it looks very daunting. Let me explain this to you. Q stands for every. Every. So if you see a Q2H, that means every 2 hours. QAM. And by the way, AM and PM, not English, guys. Not English. AM is ante-meridian or before the meridian, the middle. P is post-meridian, after the middle, before noon, afternoon. We tend to Englishize everything because we're very egocentric Americans. AM and PM are Latin. Yes. So QAM is every morning. QPM is every evening. Q2H is every 2 hours. QHS, again, Latin. HS is how they say bedtime. Ora somni. Bedtime. So QHS is every bedtime. Starting to see it? Okay. All right, so let's go to the big ones. BID and TID. Again, Latin. B stands for bi. How many wheels are on a bicycle? 2. T stands for tri. How many wheels are on a tricycle? So BID is 2 times in a day. TID is 3 times in a day.
Why can't they just put a 3x or 2x?
Because again, you're trying to Americanize something that's been in effect since the beginning of medicine.
Well, of course, because this is the way I was
How many
taught
questions
as
are
an
you allowed
American.
to miss on the written test?
Okay, so let me explain to you. I know you guys are looking at all these abbreviations. Let me explain to you
Like
how you would see this on the exam. Okay. It's not going to ask you what is BID. It's not going to ask you that. The state test questions are not that cut and dry. This is going to be worked into a scenario. Okay. You are assigned to ambulate a patient BID. Yeah.
I will be emailing you 1 month from now saying I failed the written part. Yeah. And I'll be coming to sourcing.
No. You're not going to fail. There is, and again, they're not going to ask you. I just asked you, right? I said you're assigned to ambulate a patient BID. You guys just all told me it was twice a day, but that's actually not what the question is going to ask. You've been assigned to ambulate a patient BID. It's not going to ask you how often you're going to do this. It's going to ask you, what equipment do you need to ambulate this patient? A gait belt. B, another caregiver. C, whatever the care plan tells me to use. Or D, a wheelchair.
See.
There you go. So the abbreviation was in there. If you're not familiar with it, it's going to throw you off because you think it has something to do with question, but it really doesn't. Okay. They're not going to ask you how often do you need to ambulate the patient. Does that mean you don't need to know it? No, you need to know these abbreviations because that's how other medical professionals are going to communicate with you. And your care plans are going to have these abbreviations in them. NPO, you are required to know. NPO, you are required to know. And that one will show up on the state exam as your patient has been ordered NPO. What does this mean? A, no food or drink after midnight. B, the patient has to be ambulated twice a day. C, the patient needs denture care. Or D, do jumping jacks. I don't know. So you would need to know no food or drink. Okay. So NPO, you do need to know. You also need to know CNA.
It's important.
Yeah. You also need to know RN. You also need to know DNR. Do not resuscitate. Those are all English.
Yeah, why can't the rest of them be? Why are they giving
Because
us
they're
Latin
new.
abbreviations with the meaning of English words?
Because they're new. All of those that I just gave you are new. CNAs have only been around for about 100 years. They've only been recognized for about 60. Yeah. Medicine's been around for 400 plus. So CNAs were never a thing early years ago because nurses in training did your job.
Now they don't have enough people doing that, so they kind of.
No, they took the training out of the bedside, put it into a school.
Oh,
The bedside would have been a lot better.
That's why we have such sucky nurses.
Were you a CNA before, or you went to school?
I was, but not for the reason that you think. I worked in purchasing at a hospital, asked a million questions because that's just who I am. Why do we have 14 different scissors? What's the difference? Why do we have 16 different syringes? What's the difference? And I drove my coworkers nuts. Well, my sister department was sterile processing, same department head over both. And they had an opening there. And my boss was really good about volunteering me for other jobs.
That's because you were so
So I would work during the day as a purchasing agent. And then in the afternoon, 3 times a week, I would work in sterile processing because they were short staffed. And in order to work in sterile processing, you had to have a certification of some sort. So I went through the DON at the facility, did the CNA training. So she just trained me. I became certified. This is way back in the 80s, guys.
So you started out without not even having your nursing degree because you were working in sterile processing, right? Or did you
Right.
have your
I was
degree or
working
just
in purchasing actually, and then
Okay.
sterile processing, then went to school for my LPN, and then went to school for my RN.
Oh,
At what point in your RN career did you say,
Actually, it's not what led me here. Believe it or not, that's not what led me here. No, I was actually working and loved my job, but I was a CPR instructor, and I was teaching CPR for the community. And I had some DONs, directors of nurses, that came into my CPR class, and I kept hearing it over and over and over again that they liked my instruction so much. I really needed to put a CNA class together because they were having trouble finding qualified applicants. So I said, sure, I'll put one together, thinking I was going to teach one. And that was 17 years ago. And I'm still doing this. And it's turned into my full-time job. So it wasn't because I was unhappy with the quality out there. It was because there was a need in the community, and I filled that need. So
It does. But as you got into it, I bet you realized more and more how you needed to get the first line of defense
Yes.
better, because that made all the difference in the world to the patients.
yes, but I also learned that there was a lot in the way that I presented the information.
Yes, you get that brings back in the psychology thing that you've been
Right.
talking about all along.
Right.
And you found out how people learn and how they learn best.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you used all that.
To build what we have.
Right. And how you came full circle though.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, I love my job. I'm very, very fortunate. I get to do what I love to do. Very few people get to say that in their lives.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I don't ever want to retire.
When you
Most
said-
people are just dying to retire. I don't ever want to retire. I will probably be working until the day I die because I love what I do. It's not a job to me. It's not. This is not work. I get to come hang out with really cool people and give them information that they don't have to make the world a better place. That's not a job. That's
your
a privilege.
calling. Yeah.
That's a privilege. Okay, so don't fake it till we make it. We learned that? Yes, in this industry. Probably not airline pilot either.
Okay, so in a few different industries.
All right, so when we're cleaning dentures, we're going to use a very special brush called a denture brush. Denture brushes are double-sided. I'm being lazy. Denture brush, double-sided, like what you see there. You see a large side. This cleans the teeth part of the dentures, just like a toothbrush. Looks like a toothbrush. We use it like a toothbrush. This side cleans the channel part of the dentures, the part that fits over the gums. Because it's narrower, it fits in that channel much better. When we use this, we're going to wet it, put toothpaste on both sides, and clean the denture. Doesn't matter how long you clean, just clean it till it's clean. Make sure you get all surfaces. We're going to do that over the sink. Yep. Yep. And then when we clean the teeth or the mouth, and remember, we're cleaning whatever's in the mouth. They may have a partial, which means they may still have some teeth, right? They may have just gums because they have a full plate. Doesn't matter. Whatever's in their mouth, we're going to use this to clean with. You could use a brush. Yes. Okay. You can use a brush. Problem is that patient probably has denture paste in their mouth. That brush is going to get all gummy with denture paste, and it isn't going to be very effective. This is better. It's soft and spongy, and it has 4 distinct sides to it. So we can swipe, turn, swipe, turn, swipe, turn, and it gives us 4 distinct areas. That way, if one gets all gunked up with denture paste, we have another solid surface to work with. You can't do that with toothbrushes,
So
right?
You get a new one of those every time, or you rinse that
This is
out?
disposable. We're going to use a new one every time. This is called a oral swab, or a toothette, or a dentip. It has a couple different names, but usually we just call it a toothette.
On the exam, the care plan says that we're going to clean the dentures and also do auto mouth care on the patient.
Mhm.
So on exam, we're gonna use the sponge, or can we use a regular?
You can use either one you want.
Okay.
Either one you want. But in most cases, this is really what you should be using, just to show you know how.
And we put toothpaste on that too.
You're going to wet it and put toothpaste on it. Yep. It works just like a toothbrush.
Just swipe it and turn it, and then just continue from that.
You can use it like a toothbrush scrub, That's okay. But if it gets all gunked up with denture paste, you can turn it and use another side.
Okay.
So brush your teeth before the exam to help your friend.
Right.
Yes.
Right. You want to go with a relatively clean mouth for the test.
Right.
At least sometime this month. You know,
Right.
sometime this month. All right. So I'll pass this around so you guys can play
That
with
would
this.
Be good. Oh, you. Sorry, I didn't use your book. Okay. Oh yeah, that's kind of short-handed, isn't it?
The denture brush is because it's not designed to be
Yeah.
used in somebody's mouth.
Yeah.
During using the dental brush on the same patient, even with the swiping of the sides, it gets so gunked up. It's not going to use it.
Just get a new one. Yep.
Are they charged for this?
Mm-hmm.
How much does this cost?
Probably about $2 a piece.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I don't put $2 on that.
But it all
It's
adds
like
up.
$30.
It all adds up.
Yeah, it all adds up.
Do
Sure.
they have those little stickers on them yet that you had to pull off and put on there?
Used to. Some
use
places
Abbott.
still use stickers, but most of the time now you use a barcode scanner and scan it out. All right, so we're going to prepare the denture brush before we go to the sink and put on our gloves. We're going to get the denture brush wet, put some toothpaste on both sides, and put it in the basin to hold it because we don't want to put that brush on the side of the sink. The side of the sink is not clean. So we want that brush. We want that brush to be inside something just to wait until we're ready to use it. We don't want it just sitting on the side of the sink. That's not clean. We'll put a washcloth in the bottom of the sink. That way, if we happen to drop the dentures, they don't break, which is kind of important. So you want to put a washcloth in the bottom of the sink. Even better if you can get it over the drain, because that allows water to kind of pool up and it'll prevent the dentures from hitting anything solid, which can break them. We'll use paper towel to turn the water on. We're going to use cold water, not hot. Heat coagulates proteins. If you go on into nursing, that's going to be important. For you guys, what that means is if you use hot water, it makes everything stickier. We don't want to make it stickier and harder to remove. So we're going to use cold water. Okay. Remember, the faucet is not clean and your hands are, or in this case, they've got gloves on, so they are. We're going to wear gloves when we handle the dentures. You can handle the denture cup without gloves, but not the dentures. So I can hold this cup. This is fine. But if I want to reach in and pull those dentures out, I need gloves on. Okay. The first thing your gloves should touch is the patient, or in this case, the dentures. So don't turn that faucet on with those gloves. Don't, try to minimize what you're touching. We'll brush all surfaces, the palate, the gum, the teeth, or the gum groove, the teeth, and the gum line. Basically, everything you see on the dentures gets cleaned, both sides. And then we're going to rinse. When you rinse, don't lay those dentures down in the sink, by the way. Sink's not considered clean. So you want to keep those dentures in your hand. And when you're rinsing, be really careful not to drop them. Okay, rinse all surfaces. So the dentures can only be held by your hand or in the denture cup. Okay. We'll rinse that cup out and fill it with cool water. Once we have cool water in the cup, we can put our dentures in and then put the lid on. But that cup is going to be wet. Cup is wet. Do I want to put a wet cup on a piece of furniture?
No.
What would grandma say?
No.
Use a what? Coaster, absolutely. In this case, our coaster is going to be a paper towel. Okay, use a coaster. This keeps the wet cup from warping the furniture surface. And trust me, housekeeping will be very upset with you if you ruin the furniture.
Also, if water or moisture gets underneath the cup, wouldn't that be considered a wet base?
It would. Warm, dark, moist environment. Yeah. Have you ever seen like a flower pot or something that sat in an area that had moisture underneath it? It tends to mold and mildew. That's what will happen. Pretty gross. We'll bring that washcloth out, put it into the hamper, and then we're going to bring our emesis basin with our denture brush back over to the table. Okay. So once we have the denture in the denture cup on a paper towel on the bedside table, we'll get rid of our washcloth, bring our basin and our brush back over. And now I'm going to remove those denture gloves. After I remove the denture gloves, I'm going to get everything ready for mouth care. So I'll put the towel on the patient. I'll wet my toothbrush or toothette, put toothpaste on it, put it in that little basin just to hold it, and then get my gloves on. After I do that, then I'm going to brush whatever the patient's got. Teeth, gums, a little of both. I don't care. I'm going to brush what they've got. We're going to let them rinse and spit, and then we're going to dry their mouth. And after we do that, we're going to go to our sink, clean our basin, clean up our environment, remove our gloves, do our closing.
Can we touch the patient's chin, or should we ask if
Sure.
it's okay to hold it?
Yeah. That's fine. Now, we do have a practice kit. Well, I've got a couple over there you can see on their little kits and bags. And I bring this up not because I'm trying to sell it to you. You can come in here and practice for free. I've got dentures for you to play with. I've got toothettes. I've got everything you need here to practice. But if you cannot come in here and practice, then you need to consider getting one of these, because inside this kit, I have got fake dentures. Okay. This is a, it's just resin. It won't, you can't actually use them as teeth, right? Don't try to put them in your mouth. Okay. But they do have a groove, just like the gum groove, and it allows you to practice cleaning dentures at home. It also has a gait belt, it has an emesis basin, it has a bedpan, a wash basin, a drainage bag, a graduate container, lots of gloves, chucks, toothette, denture brush, toothbrush, orange stick, emery board, soap, lotion. I mean, everything that you need to practice all of these skills is in this kit. While you're in class up through graduation day, it's only $45.99. On my website, they're like $65.99. So if you're thinking about getting one, do it before graduation. Save yourself $20. Okay. But we do have denture, what I call trainers in there. Yeah, I got 2 kits right over there. Yep. They come in about here. I know some of you guys can't see them. I'm not a salesman, guys. I'm not trying to sell you on a lot of stuff. That's not. But the problem is that I don't bring this stuff up, and then people get mad because they didn't know I had it, and now they're buying it and it's more expensive, you know. So this is what it looks like. Carrying case. So I'm a horrible salesman. Come in here and practice. It's free. But if you can't practice, get that. All right. So let me show you the video for this one for denture care, and then we're going to get into ambulate with a gait belt. We are way late today.
Who's the person in the video?
My son.
I was gonna say you're-
Yeah, my oldest son.
I was wondering, so like, that's not weird. I thought it was a person, like,
He's a good guy. I like him. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Wonderful. I need to do denture care on you. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to take your dentures to the sink. I'm going to close the privacy curtain and wash my hands. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Jones. I'm going to place a barrier on the table so we have a clean area to place the clean supplies. And then I'll gather the supplies that I need. We'll need a cup of water, a toothette, a denture brush, toothpaste, a basin, a washcloth and a towel, and 2 sets of gloves. Okay, we're going to get the denture brush ready for use, so I'll wet it and apply it to both sides. We'll allow the basin to hold that denture brush until we're ready to use it. I'll be right back, Mr. Jones. I'm going to go clean your dentures.
Okay.
Just get all surfaces, that's all we care about. Don't drop the dentures, that's the big one. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm just going to set your dentures over here so that you have them if you should need them later.
Okay.
I'll place the denture brush on the barrier and now we'll remove these gloves. And we'll throw those away. Do you mind if I place a towel over your chest?
That's fine.
This will help keep your clothing clean.
Thank you.
We're going to prepare for the mouth care portion of this skill. We'll take the toothette and wet it. Apply a little bit of toothpaste to one area of the toothette and apply gloves. Okay, Mr. Jones, I'm going to brush all surfaces of your teeth now. So in a moment, I'll need you to open your mouth wide so that I can reach the back teeth.
Okay.
Okay, can you open your mouth? Thank you. I'm going to brush the back on the bottom and on the top, both sides. Okay, can you bring your teeth together, please? Thank you very much. We're going to throw the toothette away. And would you like to rinse? Very good. Would you like another rinse?
Yes, please.
Another rinse?
No, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to remove your towel and we'll place this in dirty linen. We'll throw away the disposables. And now I'm going to clean your basin. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'll place the denture brush and the toothpaste in the basin and open the drawer with the paper towel to store the basin and other supplies. I'll remove the barrier from the table and we'll throw this away as well. Now I can remove my gloves. Mr. Jones, are you comfortable?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I get you a magazine?
No, thank you.
Is there anything else that you need?
No, thank you.
Your call light's right there. If you should need anything, just let me know. I'm going to open your curtain and go wash my hands.
Thank
After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done. All right, Apollo Adams says certified. Congratulations.
So do you just suggest talking through the steps that you do here and these
So-
testing, the test day?
There's a couple of benefits to talking through the skill. Number one, it reminds you what you're supposed to do.
Right.
Okay, it's a great memory prompter. The second thing is, remember, those evaluators are going to be staring at a checklist. So they may not have their eyes on you throughout the entire skill because they have to check things off. When you say something out loud, then you're getting credit for it. They may not necessarily see it. The third thing is, do you know who doesn't know what you're doing? The patient. We're doing all of these steps on another human. So it's a really good idea to gain their cooperation for them to know every step of the way what you're doing. Don't assume they know what's coming next. So the way that I do skills out in clinical settings and the way that I show you is exactly the same. So everything that I say when I'm doing these videos or when I'm showing you is what I say to the patients every time.
Are we physically gonna receive the care plan? Or are we gonna verbally be told and we have to remember it?
It's going to be read to you, but then they're going to hand it to you and it's yours throughout the entire test.
Okay.
So you just suggest laying it down on a table or something? So you can
Right.
look at
So
it?
you can go back and look at it, and you can look at it in the middle of a skill.
Right.
You can get halfway through the skill and not remember, do I have to do their mouth too? I can't remember. Stop and go back and look at that care plan.
But we have to wash our hands going back to the
Right. You would want to wash your hands just because you don't want to take patient pathogens to that care plan.
and for every skill, which we'll have 3 with the opening and closing.
Right. Yep. Opening skill 1, closing. Opening skill 2, closing. Opening skill 3, closing. But anytime in there, you can go back and look at that care plan. Anytime. I would recommend washing your hands before, because remember that anytime you leave the patient, you really need to have clean hands. You don't want to take their cooties around. Okay. All right. So we are going to go through this part very, very quickly because we are way off on time. I really should have about, we'll see. Okay, page 63. I'm going to go through this very quickly with you. This is on energy conservation, and you need to be aware of this because it's not something that you intuitively know. Okay. Energy levels decline during the lifespan. Anybody ever see a 2-year-old? Cute little guys, right? 2-year-olds will jump up and down for no reason. When was the last time that you jumped up and down for no reason?
When I was 2.
Probably when you were 2. Yep. Yeah. I win the lottery. I'm jumping up and down. Let me tell you. Okay. But short of that, I'm not jumping. Right. 2-year-olds have excess energy. And in fact, your energy levels kind of peak at 2. And I'm going to prove it to you. Let's go out to 12. 12-year-olds, still tons of energy. They can play basketball. They can skateboard. They can play video games. Still tons of energy. Put that 12-year-old in charge of that 2-year-old for one afternoon. Who wins?
2-year-old.
2-year-old every time. Every time that 12-year-old would be like, Mom, can you make them take a nap? They're wearing me out. Right? Your energy levels have fallen between 2 and 12. You don't realize it, but they have. Let's go out to 22. 22-year-olds can shop till they drop and go out at night looking fabulous. Right? But you still don't have the same energy level you had when you were 12. And 22-year-olds will tell me, man, I wish I had that energy again. 42-year-olds, we shop till we drop, but that's at like 2, and we're not going out that night. Okay? 62. Now we're thinking about retirement, putting our feet up for a few minutes before we make dinner, taking a few more extra breaks. Our energy levels have fallen. What do you think they're going to be like at 82?
Really fallen.
Okay, we don't stop and think about this. When we're in a facility and we're caring for older individuals and they tell you, I don't have the energy for it, they mean it. You're judging them based on where you are on this energy graph. Try to explain to a 2-year-old why you don't have their energy. Go ahead. I'll wait. They're not going to get it. They have no frame of reference. Has anybody ever had that conversation with a 2-year-old?
Oh, yeah.
They don't get it. So when that 82-year-old tries to explain to you why they don't have the energy, you're not going to get it. Okay? I need you to take what they say on faith. You'll know when you get there. Trust me.
How do you know if they're lying or not?
Doesn't matter. It's their body. Doesn't matter. But chances are they really don't have the energy. They really don't. But even if they are lying, what do we do when a patient refuses?
We don't make them. We just say, okay.
Yeah, we tell the nurse. We're not going to force them. We're not going to force them. I've seen way too many CNAs try to force a patient into the shower. It's not your job. It is not your job. It's not why we are there. But I want you to think about all the things that you've ever been too tired to do. Have you ever been too tired to eat?
I've been times.
That means that eating takes energy. Have you been too tired to talk? Every Monday and Wednesday, because I talk nonstop during these classes, guys. By the time I get home on Mondays and Wednesdays, I don't want to talk. I am an only child. I did not grow up talking. Okay? I like my quiet. So I have been too tired to talk, usually twice a week. Okay? Have you ever been too tired to groom? You know, get dressed, brush your hair, brush your teeth. Have you just been like, I just don't feel like it, right? Have you ever been too tired to go to the bathroom? All right, next time you're all snuggled up in bed, nice and warm, and all of a sudden you get the urge to pee, and you think to yourself, nope, I don't want to get up. You have been too tired to go to the bathroom. Yep. Yeah, I'd rather stay in bed, but my bladder has other ideas. Yep. Have you ever been too tired to clean?
Yes.
Okay. And you've probably been too tired to walk. This is why we try to park up front when we go shopping. Because we know on the way out, we probably aren't going to have the energy to go to the very back of the parking lot. Right? So all these things are true. And you guys are still way up here on the energy level. Okay? All of these things are true. So when we only have this much energy and we still have to do all of these things, chances are something has got to give.
What's gonna give in there?
Gonna hire somebody to
Okay,
clean
so
the
that's
house.
the question, right? These are all things we have to do every day. What do we give up? What do we give up? Well, what we end up giving up usually are things that happen later in the day when we have exhausted all of our resources. So think about showering, right? If you are a person that likes to shower in the evenings, you may not have enough energy left to make that happen. I'm a morning shower person. My daughter is an evening shower person.
It's not a lie. I've never met an old person that's like, yes, let's shower. No, they don't have anything to do with moving into the shower.
Right.
My grandmother is like the complete opposite. She is up all hours of the night until she waits for everyone to go to bed, and then she goes and takes her shower.
And remember, there's always going to be outliers, certainly. And I would imagine your grandmother's probably not in her 80s.
She's about to turn 80 this year.
Really?
So yeah.
Wow.
She goes out to probably about 2 to 3 doctor's appointments every week. She loves to go shopping with my mom. She loves to go out to eat. She is an on-the-go person.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I actually, my best friend, you got to follow this. My best friend's husband's grandmother, okay, I know that's a stretch, was 96 years old. She cared for her great-grandson, who was a toddler, took him to the park, took him to the library, still drove, cleaned the house, made the family's meals. I mean, she was 96, much more active than me.
So like the way you described it, as like the 42-year-old will go out shopping all morning to like afternoon time, like 2 o'clock, and then they'll go home and not want to do anything for the rest of the day. That's the energy she has. She'll go out from morning to evening, but then she'll just sit down and watch TV for the rest of the day.
Yeah, when she's done, she's done.
Yeah.
So we have to think about all of those things that we have to do on a daily basis. And where this really comes in quite often is the last meal of the day. So a lot of older people, if they have energy reserve problems, they'll eat their larger meal earlier in the day and then just have something small in the evening because they don't have the energy to eat or to digest appropriately. So you'll see some changes in eating habits a lot. You may see some changing in grooming habits. People may be less talkative in the evening. So the problem is that if our nutrition starts to fall off, what do you think is going to happen to tomorrow's energy levels?
It's gonna be lower because
Right. And this can start what we call a downward spiral. And failure to thrive can be exacerbated by this. So a lot of times we'll have patients that can walk to the dining room for breakfast and lunch, but our care plan tells us to use a wheelchair to get them to the dining room for dinner. Now, your mind, you might be thinking, well, that doesn't make any sense. They walk for breakfast and lunch. Why can't they walk for dinner? And it's all because of this energy dynamic. You only have this much energy. There's no more in the bank. This is it. That's it. You can't force energy to show up when it's not there. So we need to be aware of that when we're reading these care plans. Okay? Make sense? Okay. So let's talk about ambulate with a gait belt. This is on page 66. Leica says, why you put the washcloth in the sink when washing the dentures? To create a softer surface if those dentures should fall. You don't want the dentures to break. So that washcloth in the bottom of the sink will provide a softer surface. That way, if the dentures fall, they'll fall onto the washcloth, which is softer than the hard surface of the sink. If you can get that washcloth over the drain and the water pools up, that's even safer. All right, so for this skill, we need to go over shoe rules. And we talked a little bit about this, a couple of these last week. If the patient's feet hit the floor, we talk about their shoes. Remember, slipper socks are not enough. Slipper socks are not enough. They don't protect against pathogens and they don't protect against sharp objects. But there's a couple more things here that we need to learn for this particular principle. If you look at the care plan on top of page 67, it tells us to ambulate the resident at least 10 steps. Use a gait belt or transfer belt. Patient will be sitting in a chair at the side of the bed with shoes on. Patient is able to walk but needs assistance to stand. So that's our care plan. That means we're going to have to help them stand up, but they can walk on their own. We're going to walk them at least 10 steps. Guys, that's round trip. 5 steps in one direction, 5 steps back.
But it says at least, but if the patient's like, I can go more.
So normally a care plan isn't going to say this. They'll say 1 trip around the nurse's station or 2 trips or something like that. Again, anything that varies from the care plan, what do we do with it? Report it to the nurse, absolutely. But here's the deal. For the test, they don't want you walking for a half hour.
Right.
What we want to see is, can you help somebody stand up? Are you going to use the right body mechanics? Do you know how to use a gait belt? And are you making that patient your 100% priority when you're walking? And that's really what all of this is about. Because when the patient is walking, patients don't just walk along, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. Ugh. It doesn't happen like that. Patients will always give you a clue that something is going wrong. They start to slow down. They might get a little wobbly. They may put their hand out to the wall for stability. They might put their hand here or here because they're not feeling quite right, maybe a little woozy. They will give you some sort of clue that something is going very wrong. It's up to you to pick up that clue. The only way you can do that is by keeping that patient your 100% priority. So they don't want you looking over here when you're walking your patient, looking at a TV, looking at your watch, reading your phone, right? So during the test, your eyes must be where? On the patient. So that means the patient needs to be in front of you, kind of to the side. So we're going to walk behind and slightly to the side of the patient when we're walking them. That way we can keep them in full view. And we're looking for those things: pale, sweaty, wobbly, slowing down, hand out, up. We're looking for those signs that something is not quite right. That's what they're looking at for this particular skill. It's not about how far can you walk the patient. They don't care. It's these things that they're checking you off on. Okay. Not too many supplies needed for this skill, just shoes, which patient already has on, and a gait belt. I'm going to show you how to use a gait belt. There's some rules that we're going to learn with this. And remember, slipper socks are not enough to keep the patient safe. So let's talk about gait belts. A gait belt is a flat canvas belt that's put around the patient's waist. You will see CNAs. You will see CNAs wear these around their waist just to kind of have them handy, but that's not how we use them. Okay, that's just for storage. Gait belts, doesn't matter if the buckle faces this way or if the buckle faces this way, nobody cares. What matters is the tag goes inside like every other article of clothing. So you put this around the patient's waist. When you put it around the waist, you want to make sure it's not twisted. You don't want it like this. You need it flat. They're looking for that. The free end goes through the first guard by the alligator teeth. Just like that. You pull this in the direction those teeth point. See how the teeth are all pointing that way? I'm pulling it that way. If I try to pull it this way, it's never going to tighten. This way. And you want it snug. You only want to be able to fit 4 fingers between the patient and the belt. Once you get it snug enough, you're going to take the free end and put it through the second guard. And that locks it into place. If this tail hanging down is in your way, tuck it up. Get it out of the way. Okay. To remove a gait belt, you take it out of the second guard, but we can't pull this. This doesn't like loosen that way. What you want to do is hold the tail with one hand and slide the buckle along the belt to remove it. To remove the belt from the patient, we don't want to slide it. Listen to this. Be really quiet for a minute. You guys hear that? That is sliding that fabric against my skin. That's going to leave a burn or in some cases a skin tear. So we don't want to slide that belt along the skin. What you want to do is reach both hands around back to gather it, or holding the buckle in your hand so it doesn't hit them in the head, you can go up and over. Good? Questions? Remember the practice kits that we were talking about have one of these in it. I also have them here for you to play with. Yes. It's play. Okay. So the feet must be flat on the floor before standing. This just kind of makes sense, but it's not as intuitive as you would think. If you look at me now, unfortunately, my camera's not quite right here. Let me put that down a little bit so you guys can see. Okay. All right. If you look at me, I'm short. If I'm sitting in this chair with my hips to the back of the chair, my feet are not flat on the floor. My toes are. Can you kind of see that here? Right? My toes are. So if you try to lift me up and I'm on my toes, I'm going to fall forward. So in order to help me stand, you've got to get my feet flat on the floor. In order to do that, I have to scoot forward. So my feet are flat on the floor. Okay. Now, when you help me up, I have a stable base. So this is something they're looking at. Are the patient's feet flat on the floor before you stand them? They're looking for that. That's a safety concern. Make your patient a partner by counting before you lift them. 1, 2, 3, and then we stand. Don't just grab them and pull them up. They may not be prepared to support their own weight if you do that. By counting, you're getting them ready to support their weight. Remember our care plan said that they can stand and walk, or I'm sorry, they can walk. They just need some help to stand. Okay. We're going to use what we call an oblique angle to stand a patient. This is body mechanics. Don't stand toe-to-toe, knee-to-knee, because when you lift the patient toward you, your body is going to go backwards in response to that weight. It's a physics principle. You can't help it. That means your back has to absorb all that shock. That will injure your back. So instead of standing right in front of a patient, we're going to stand at an oblique angle. If you draw an imaginary box around me, I'm going to put one foot in front of the feet so they can't slide out, the other foot parallel to the chair, just like that. When I do that, when I lift the patient, I am very stable. Their weight is not pulling me off balance. Okay, this is an oblique angle. We put our hands around the patient's waist, and you want to be toward the back of the gait belt, or at least on the sides if they're really large, but it has to be here. Don't ever grab at the front and pull a patient. That's a no-no, because most of their weight is along their back. When you pull from the front, everything's going to trail behind, and you risk having the patient fall. So around the sides or the back of the gait belt is how we lift. Once we get them standing, we're going to ask, are you dizzy? We want to know that here, not there. If you don't ask the patient, are you dizzy? And we get all the way down there and they say, oh, I'm dizzy. What's your exit strategy? What are you going to do?
You have to have them sit down. But yeah, you got to have them sit. Stay where they're at.
Okay. What most CNAs do is try to hurry the patient back to the chair. They want to get back to safety. Your patient isn't tolerating a slow walk. What makes you think they're going to tolerate a rush? They're not going to. You don't have time to leave and go get a wheelchair. So what?
I said on top of being dizzy already.
Right. So the best thing to do if they get dizzy or they get weak or they feel like they're going to fall is help them sit on the floor. Just get them sitting right where they're at, and then you can get help. Patients that are sitting on the floor can't fall on the floor. Keeps them safe. We can wash off whatever they came into contact with. You can't wash off a broken hip.
So my grandmother used to work in a hospital when a really long time ago. And she told me that if you feel like you're ever about to pass out, to sit down and put your head between your knees.
That is correct.
Actually true?
Yes. Yes. Yeah. You have to think about gravity. Okay. We want blood flow to the brain.
Mhm.
Right now, your brain is uphill, right? Your heart has to push up to get blood to your brain. If you sit down and put your head down between your knees, now gravity pushes blood to your brain. That is correct. It's all about gravity. All right, Angel says, do you know if the testing facility will be using the cloth belt or the plastic ones? The buckles are different. Angel, most testing centers use this kind of belt with a metal buckle, a cloth belt with a metal buckle. But either way, wherever you go to test, they will train or they will introduce you to their gait belt. So if you get this skill, part of your orientation before you test is they're going to show you the environment, how the bed works, where the supplies are, how the curtain works, all of that. And if you get this skill, they will show you the gait belt as well and show you how it works. All right. So once we're done walking, we're going to return the patient to the chair. Everybody has to feel the chair behind you before you sit. Don't ever ask your patient to take it on blind faith that there's a chair behind them. You need to back them up so that they feel that chair behind their legs before you help them sit. Otherwise, they'll get really, really stiff and resistant because they're not sure if there's a chair there and they're afraid they're going to fall. So patients have to be able to feel the chair. Make sense? Okay, and then we're going to use those same body mechanics to lower the patient into the chair. So let me show you this skill. One other thing that's not on here. During the test, before you do this skill, they're going to give you a destination. They're going to say, walk to the wall and back, or walk to the desk and back. They're going to give you an actual destination. Okay. When they do that, you need to look in that destination and see what they put in your way, because they did. They put something in your way. And the whole goal here is for you to identify an obstacle and remove it before you stand the patient. Before you stand the patient, because you don't want to leave the patient to remove the obstacle. Right. And you definitely don't want to try to maneuver somebody around the obstacle. Okay. Good. Okay. Let's see here. I think I will go that way. All right. Come on up and have a seat here. I'm just going to appoint because I'm trying to get this done quickly. Sure. We are way late on time. Okay. All right. Here we go. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Good. Do you feel like going for a little walk?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go close the curtain, wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. This table's in my way. I'm going to move it out of the way. I'm going to close the curtain, wash my hands. I have clean hands. All right, Miss Jones, I see you have shoes on. Are they tied well?
Yes.
Good. Okay, I'm going to put this gait belt around your waist. This is going to help me stand you up and provide a little stability while we walk, okay? Mm-hmm. So I'll put this around your waist. I'll make sure it's not twisted. Put it through the first guard by the alligator teeth. We're going to snug it up. And I only want to be able to fit 4 fingers. If it's too loose, it's going to go up underneath her breast or her arms, and she could slide out of it if she falls. So it's got to be snug. We get skinnier when we stand. We're going to lock it in place. Tuck that out of the way. All right, Miss Jones, I'm going to have you put your hands on my shoulders, and on the count of 3, I'm going to lift you to a standing position, okay? Okay, put your hands up here, and on the count of 3, we're going to stand. 1, 2, 3. Feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you dizzy at all?
No.
Okay, when you're ready, I want you to walk to the camera and back at your pace. Okay. So I'm going to walk slightly behind and to one side. We're going to turn around. We'll go back to the chair. Notice I've got my hand in an underhand grip on the belt. Go ahead and turn around. And I'm going to help you sit. When you feel the chair behind you, let me know.
I feel it.
Okay, go ahead and put your hands up here. And on the count of 3, we're going to sit. 1, 2, 3. Very good. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and lift your arms. There we go. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here?
No, thank you.
Would you like a magazine before I go?
No, thank you.
Call light is there. We're going to pretend that your chair is close enough to reach it. The environment is clean. Everything is good. So I'm going to go open your curtain and wash my hands. We'll put that away. It goes on the supply shelf. Wash my hands. My skill is done. Questions? That is probably one of the easier skills to do. It's not a long skill. You're just walking somebody. But each of those steps counts big because it's all safety. Anything that counts for safety is going to count big. Okay? All right. Oh, yeah. Remove any obstacles before you walk. We'll talk about that. Gait belts go over patient's clothing. This is unfortunately a common testing checkpoint that gets missed. Goes over the patient's clothing. Don't try to put it on underneath their clothing. I know. I know. Hold the gait belt around the back and both sides, not the front. And make sure that their hands are on your shoulders so they move as a unit. If their hands are like this, you can see what happens when we try to lift. The shoulders end up going back. Yeah. And now you're not moving them in a good body mechanics way. We'll walk slightly behind, let the patient lead. Make sure you ask during the walk how they're feeling and then help them sit. Remove the gait belt. Make sure they're seated properly and end your skill. Okay, moving on to page 126.
So our bodies naturally do all of that. Because I was just thinking about it after you said that. Like if their hands are still down, their shoulders are going to go back. So when we stand up, we naturally lean forward.
That's right. That's right. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I didn't realize or think about that until you said something.
Yeah. Put your arms at the side and then try to stand up and you can't. It's really hard to do.
There's no way I could do that.
Yeah, you've got to bring your arms forward to stand up. All right, so partial bed bath. This is the longest skill we do. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this within 19 minutes. I've got 17 to teach you. So we're going to have to do this super, super quick, okay? All of the principles that we've learned apply. You know everything you need to know to do this with the exception of one thing. Students find this very difficult because of the amount of supplies that are required. You have to learn your supplies. There's no way around this. And then we have a care plan at the top, which is unbelievably detailed. So let's take a look at that care plan. It says, give the resident a partial bed bath and back rub. Wash the patient's face, neck, chest, abdomen, back, and one arm and hand with soap and water. Provide a brief back rub with lotion. Dress the resident in a clean hospital gown after bathing. Patient is lying on back in center of bed and can roll as directed, but is too weak to assist with bathing. Okay, good. Tells us what we need to know. So let me ask you this. Is pericare part of this skill for this patient?
What's that listed? I don't know. It's hard to.
What have I taught you since day 1, hour 1?
Look at the care plan.
That's right. So it's the care plan, the whole care plan, and So let me ask you again, is peri-care part of this skill for this patient?
No,
Why? Easy answer.
it's not listed in the care
It's not on the care plan. Is foot care part of this patient's partial bed bath?
No,
Why?
it's not listed in the care
Not on the care plan. Are you starting to understand the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan? This is one of the most common questions I get on my YouTube videos is what part of the body do we wash with partial bed bath? What's my answer? Follow the care plan.
So if it's the whole body, will it say like whole body?
It won't say partial bed bath. It'll say,
Whole body.
yeah. Yep. Okay. For the test, they don't want you doing the whole body because that's going
No.
to take somebody with your level of experience like an hour.
Yeah.
They're not doing that. So they're specifying exactly what they want you to wash.
Also a complete stranger who is mobile and able to do it on their own with 3 other people in the room.
Okay.
completely exposed.
So let's go back a page real quick. Let's look at the bottom of page 126. Who are we doing this on? A mannequin. Yeah. So good point. Good point. This is going to be done on a mannequin. It's one of the few mannequin skills that we're going to do.
Oh, well, that's a lot better.
Yeah, it's a lot better. But we're still going to treat that mannequin as if she's a real person. So when we learned washing rules, there was one thing that I did not go over with you. There was one blank that we're going to fill in now. Okay. And this is use the leaves method. That's right. That's right. So we're going to use the leaves method for wet body openings. Do you guys remember what a wet body opening was when we talked about chain of infection?
Anything with the open door, your eyes, your nose, your mouth, your bottom.
Right. So anything that can let stuff in or out. So eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions.
Could that also include your ears?
Ears actually are a closed system. It doesn't, unless it's actively draining, in which case it would apply. But normally we don't have a lot of drainage from our ears unless something is horribly wrong. Okay. So let's learn what the leaves method is. Let's review washing rules real quick, what we've learned so far. I'm going to go through this at light speed. We don't add soap to the basin. We're going to use paper towel to turn the faucet on. We're going to use warm water, not hot, not cold, just warm. We're going to check it. The patient's going to check it every time. We're going to change the water if it gets cold or soapy. Whatever we wash, we rinse. Whatever we rinse, we dry. Don't get your surface wet. And warm lotion before use to wipe off excess. So we know all that. So let's learn about leaves. This is so fun. I'm going to keep you over like 3 or 4 minutes, guys. I'm going to try hard. Try hard. This is a plain washcloth. We have these at home in a linen closet somewhere, just a plain square. We normally fold it in half and then in half again. And this is how it's stored in your linen closet, right? But instead of looking at it as a square, right now it looks like a square, right? Instead of looking at it as a square, we're going to look at it as a diamond. If we put this in the palm of our hand in a diamond shape with the free edges at the top, okay, not like this. We need the free edges at the top. We can tuck in the 2 sides. And I have a clean area to wipe something with. So I can wipe my eye, inner to outer corner, and then I can fold that down. And that traps the contamination underneath and gives me another new cleaning surface. So I can wipe the other eye and fold that down, trapping the contamination underneath and giving me another new cleaning surface. So I can wipe the mouth and then I can fold that over, which traps the contamination underneath, giving me a new cleaning surface. And then I can wipe the nose. I always do the nose last because boogers. Right? You can also fold the last leaf over, giving you another new cleaning surface. So this washcloth has 5 independent cleaning surfaces on it, which will prevent cross-contamination. So we use this when we're going to be cleaning any wet body openings. Eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. And what it does is it prevents us from taking bad stuff away and bringing bad stuff to those body openings. Okay?
And we would do that for the wet washcloth and the dry one.
The towel doesn't matter. We're just going to blot dry with the towel because we've removed, the washcloth has removed all pathogens, all, anything we need to be concerned with. So we're going to wipe, fold, wipe, fold, wipe, fold, wipe, fold. Okay, good. We're going to follow the care plan. So face, neck, chest, abdomen, back, one arm and hand with soap and water. Provide a brief back rub. And dress the resident in a hospital gown. We don't want to use soap on the eyes, just water, because soap stings the eyes. You don't want to use soap on the face because it dries the skin. So face first, no soap. Okay. We'll use the leaves method when we're washing the face because we have eyes, nose, and mouth. The rest of the body, we don't need the leaves method. Just a regular washcloth used a regular way will work. But on the face, we're going to use this leaves method. When we get to peri-care, we're going to use the leaves method. When we do catheter care, we're going to use the leaves method. We want to wring the washcloths out thoroughly because nobody wants any drippy wet washcloths. You want to support the arm when we lift it. After we wash, we'll set the washcloth aside on the barrier. Don't return it. Remember, anything that has soap on it can't go back in the basin. Rinsing washcloths can, but anything you apply soap to can't go back in the basin. We'll wash, rinse, and dry the back. Give a brief back rub for circulation and comfort. We're going to change the patient's gown. Washing rules apply. I'm just going to go back through this. Okay. Oops. All right. So let me show you this, this video. We should have just enough time. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I need to do partial bed bath. Is that okay? I'm going to close your curtain. Let me wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. For this skill, I'm going to need a barrier for the table. This will give me a clean place to put my clean supplies. For this skill, I will need 4 washcloths, 2 towels, a clean gown, and a privacy blanket. It's a washing skill, so I will also need a basin, soap, and lotion. And I'll need a set of gloves. Miss Jones, let me go get some water. I'll be right back. Miss Jones, is this water appropriate temperature? Okay. And now I'm going to spread the privacy blanket out over you. This will help keep you warm and protect your privacy while we do this skill. I'm going to spread the blanket without snapping or shaking the blanket. And I'm going to pull your sheet down to about your waist.
Okay, Miss Jones, I'm going to ask you to sit forward for me in just a moment so I can untie your gown. And I'm going to spread this towel out underneath you to keep your sheets dry while we bathe you. Can I assist you to sit up, please? Thank you. I'm going to untie your gown and spread the towel out on the bed. Go ahead and lay back down, Miss Jones. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to spread the towel out underneath the arm. I'll remove the gown on the side closest to me, supporting the elbow as I lift it. And I'm going to relocate the gown to the other side of the patient. This leaves the patient uncovered underneath the privacy blanket for bathing. The blanket will keep you warm. Now I can apply my gloves. I'll take the first washcloth and wring it out. And I'm going to use 4 corners. We'll wash the face first, no soap on the face. Miss Jones, I'm going to wash your eyes. I'll start with the closest eye to me. I'm going to wash from the inner to outer corner. Very gently. And then we'll fold this leaf over to prevent contamination from spreading to the other eye. Miss Jones, I'm going to wash your other eye now, inner to outer corner. We'll fold that leaf over, and then I'm going to wash the remainder of the face. Using very gentle strokes and keeping control over the washcloth. We'll fold that leaf over and use the final washcloth for the nose. And then we'll set that aside. I'm going to take the towel and pat dry all areas of her face, making sure not to use too much force. We'll set the towel aside. We're going to take the second washcloth and wring it out. And we'll apply soap to the top leaf. We do not need to use the leaves method because all of her skin from this point is intact. We're going to wash behind the ear, under the chin, across the neck, the upper torso. We're going to lift the blanket to protect privacy but keep the patient covered while we wash down to the abdomen and up the side. Now for the exam, you are going to make sure the patient remains covered until the evaluators ask you to remove the blanket. At that point, you will just continue on. I am going to repeat these actions so that you can see what I have done. I'll remove the blanket for better visualization. Behind the ears, across the chin, the neck, the upper torso, around the breasts, down the abdomen, and up the side. Then we'll clean down the front of the arm, the hand, up the back of the arm, lifting at the elbow, and the armpit last. We'll set this washcloth aside because it has soap on it. We'll take the third washcloth in the basin and wring it out. And we're going to rinse all the areas that we just washed. So behind the ear, under the chin, across the neck, the upper torso, around the breasts, the abdomen, up the side, down the front of the arm, keeping the elbow supported on the bed. We'll rinse the hand, the back of the arm, and the armpit while supporting the arm. The rinse washcloth can go back in the basin for later use. Now we're going to dry all of those areas. So we're going to pat dry or use short, soft strokes, but nothing vigorous. Go ahead and lift your arm, Miss Jones. We'll set the towel aside. Now the patient has a clean torso, So we'll place the clean gown on her. Ms. Jones, can you reach your arm through here? I'll help you put your gown on. We'll lift the arm at the elbow, supporting it as we lift. And we'll spread the gown out. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm going to go around to the other side of the bed now, and we'll dress the other arm. Since the care plan said that we only needed to wash one arm, we do not need to cleanse this other arm. That's per the care plan, but we do need to dress it. So I'll remove the soiled gown, and we're going to place this in dirty linen. And then I'll put the new gown on. Ms. Jones, can you reach through this armhole? Thank you. And go ahead and lift. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm going to ask you to turn onto your left side now. This is going to allow me to wash your back and give you a brief back rub. So I'm going to ask you to scoot toward me, and we're going to roll you onto your left side. Ready? Go ahead and scoot toward me. 1, 2, 3. Now the evaluator will hold the mannequin in place while you complete your cleaning. So I'm going to take the third washcloth, wring it out, and we'll soap the top leaf. I'm going to wash the back of the neck, the shoulders, and the back down to the waist. We'll set that washcloth aside. We'll take the final washcloth and wring it out, and we're going to rinse all of those areas. The back of the neck, the shoulders, and the back down to the waist. And then finally we'll dry all of those areas. The back of the neck and the shoulders, the back down to the waist. Now our care plan asks us to give the patient a brief back rub. So we're going to use a little bit of lotion, making sure to warm the lotion in our hands before we give them a back rub. Ms. Jones, I'm going to give you a little back rub now. I'm going to start at the small of your back and work my way up in small circles to your shoulders. We'll do this 3 times. This is for circulation purposes. 1, 2, one more, and 3. I'm going to wipe off the excess lotion. Now I can tie the patient's gown. And remove the towel that's protecting the linens. Ms. Jones, come on back onto your back, please, and scoot to the middle of the bed. Thank you. I do not want to touch that sheet that's going to go right up next to her face with soiled gloves, but I need my soiled gloves to take care of all of my dirty linens. Ms. Jones, I'll be right back. These items are going to go into dirty linen. Now I'm going to go clean the basin. I'll empty the basin and rinse it, and then pick it up with a paper towel. I'll dry the inside with one paper towel and throw it away, and then dry the outside with a paper towel and throw that away. And I'll get one for the drawer. I'll collect the soap and the lotion, placing them in the basin, and return the basin to its drawer for storage. Paper towels can be thrown away. This barrier is going to be discarded, and now I can remove my gloves. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm going to remove your privacy blanket now and pull your sheet back up. Are you comfortable? Good. We're going to roll the privacy blanket in a ball so that the trailing edges don't contaminate other surfaces. This will be placed in dirty linen. Okay, Ms. Jones, is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here, such as a magazine? No? Okay, here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. I'm going to open the privacy curtain and wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and tell the evaluator my skill is done. I know we're a little bit late on time. Anybody have any questions on that?
Where will the storage be in the patient's room?
For the test, you're going to have a hamper like that or a laundry basket.
Like in real life.
In real life, every facility is going to handle that differently. So you'll learn that during orientation. Some places will have a hamper like this in the hallway. Others, it will have to go directly into the soiled utility room.
What about like the basin and stuff?
Basins will be in the 3-drawer.
Okay, so the rooms
yeah.
have that stuff.
Yes, the rooms have this. Okay. All right, I handed out your review sheets. Those of you joining us from online, you can get the review sheets in lesson 1 of the online course. All right, remember the game show is tomorrow. So if you want to join and get 15 free practice questions, similar to what you would see on the state exam, you're welcome to join. Just come on to YouTube at 11 o'clock. I will see you guys on Thursday or on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday. Have a great day, guys.